Alright, what is up, guys? Action Figure Addict 112 here, and welcome to episode 3 of the Asylum podcast. So, I don't think I mentioned, or I might have mentioned this in the episode that I finished, but I didn't export it yet. But basically, I'm going back and re-uploading all of these episodes in their full entirety now that I have more storage to actually upload them all. So no more like part one, two, three, whatever for the episodes. So that's why the playlist that I had all of them in, that's why I deleted all of them from that, and I deleted all of them from my channel. So they may be out of order now, but I'll be going through and uploading them in their full entirety. So some may be from like July of last year, some may be from August of last year, some may be from, like April of last year or something. And then there may be some from this year. But yeah, they'll be getting uploaded. This one we shot on August. I think it was. Yeah, we shot it August. We sat down with STRYDENT and we got to talk about DC fandom and, stuff like that. And was put on the spot. I was put in the hot seat when it came to me trying to explain why I like my girl Harley so much, which is kind of funny. But anyway, thank you to STRYDENT for sitting down for us at that time. I know his schedule is kind of all over the place, just like everyone else's, but I'm pretty sure hopefully sometime this year I'll be able to bring him back and he'll be able to sit down with either myself or I'll be able to sit down with a few other collectors as well as him, and we'll get to chat it out just like we did here. So with that being said, hope you guys enjoy this one and expect more of these podcast episodes to be put up in their entirety.
Great.
Right.
All right, so we are recording now. It's been an interesting week so far. Because DC fandom started yesterday, and we saw quite a few things. Saw the new Batman trailer with our glittery friend Robert Pattinson.
He messed up.
Then they Snyder cut trailer for Justice League and all that good stuff. Yeah, what do you guys I guess you guys can start the topic, I guess. And you can just start from there.
Cool. What do you guys want to talk about? I don't want to lead the whole thing, but I'll join in wherever you guys are in at.
I guess we talked about that Batman trailer because I'm kind of mixed on it. I like the tone of it,
Yeah.
but the one thing I don't like is how they're going to do the Riddler because I knew what they're going to do, go that route, the whole 7 route, which to me Riddler is a guy that thinks he's smarter than everybody and wants to prove that, and mainly to Batman. He's not some kind of serial killer, and that's where they're going with that. So that's part of it not feeling, but.
But isn't that what they did in the Arkham games? He's a serial killer with traps and stuff, and he's still trying to outsmart Batman.
Oh man, it's been a while since I played
That's what they did.
Games.
Yeah, he was like the secret. What do they call? They were like Riddler trophies hidden all over the place, and if you found enough of them, it would lead you to certain things, and then you had to overcome the traps to get through and save whoever you need to save, destroy what you need to destroy. Like that was the whole point. So I don't know. I don't mind it. I feel like he's more of a Jigsaw type, and that's what they're going for. Because other than that, he's a punk. He's such a punk, man. Like I remember when I was a kid, I've only ever had one Riddler, and it was the Toy Biz Riddler that was back in the DC superheroes days. And I made my Batman just beat the brakes off of him when we finally caught him. And he broke. The figure broke because I had the Kenner Batman from the Dark Knight collection. And I think the old Toy Biz ones were always prone to shattering, like the bodies, the torso portion always cracked along the side. And I think I dropped him off my bed and he fell on carpet and still shattered. And I glued him back, but he was never the same. So I was just like, we'll just pretend Batman beat the brakes off of him and he's in traction and he can never do any of his bullshit again. Riddler's just a one trick. He's kind of like one of those guys that, to me, the first time you see him, it's like, who is this guy? And you got to figure out a lot. So it might take a long time to get to him. But then when you get to him, it's done. It's like when you play as Zangief in Street Fighter. You can run from me all day long, but if I know your moves, I am going to get my hands on you. And when I get my hands on you, it's done. That's just plain. And I'm not talking about like Street Fighter 5 and 4 Zangief. I'm talking about like Super Turbo or Street Fighter Alpha 2 or even X-Men versus Street Fighter. He was a monster in that game. When I get my hands on you, it's done. And that's literally the way it is for the Riddler. So I never really, if they're going to use him, they have to do something like that to drag out his time. You know what I'm saying? Like, other than that, it would be too easy. Good God, it'd be painful to watch.
Yeah, I remember you told that story in your What Makes You Collect video.
Oh,
I remember
yeah.
when I heard that, I just died out laughing because I was like, he straight abused that toy. He gave that toy hell.
It was weird because it wasn't, I don't know if it was like one of those things where, in the back of your mind, this is just how you feel about a thing. And because I never really thought about it until we were playing. And then me and my brother and my best friend were playing. And it was just like, what is he going to do when he gets the Joker? And I'm like, when he gets the Riddler, I'm like, I'm just going to make him beat the shit out of him because that's what Batman does. Because I was on that Keaton train from day one. My Batman beats you half to death. And then you're afraid to commit a crime because you don't want this guy to put his hands on you again. Like, I feel like that's the only way you would be afraid of Batman is if he just swoops down, puts your ass in traction, and then you're like, okay, I'm done with crime because it put me in traction. Otherwise you just be like, oh, the justice system will, I'll slip through the cracks and be able to do it again. Nah, you won't. Not if Batman puts his hands on you. So, I don't know. It was funny. But I don't know. I like the tone. I'm hearing all this praise, and I knew it was coming. I was talking with Bodie about this, and like, anytime a new Batman anything comes out, all the usual people say it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Take all my money, whatever the fuck, man. They do that shit all the time with Batman everything, and it gets frustrating because they love the character and don't judge the quality of the thing that he's being presented in very much. You know what I mean? Like, no one's saying, hey, he was overly emo and edgelord, and the music using Nirvana and all that shit was all like emo and edgelord. Nobody said that. No one said that.
It goes to like that one shot of him where his hair's all down and he's got like the eyes,
mascara around his eyes. Yeah. I'm like, I get it. I know why. I get why he puts that stuff on his eyes, and I get it. But I'm just saying, when you look at the visuals objectively, we all knew they were going to do this stuff. And we knew that the same people who said that, like, for instance, I was talking to Zorpox about this. The Mafex Batman and the Mafex Cyclops by Jim Lee. Both of them have pretty much the same frame. There's slight differences in their upper torso, but it's the same proportions. And people said the Cyclops was whack, but of course Batman was amazing. It's the best figure ever, the best Batman they've ever released. This is the same month that the Supreme Knight from Mezco was released, which was also the best Batman ever done. And it's also so amazing, but you're not hearing as much because the Mafex one came after it. You know what I mean? So the Mafex one is amazing because it's the newest. And then watch when the Dark Knight Returns Batman comes out. The one black and gray and the one with Carrie Kelly. Greatest Batman ever. So it's Batman. So, he just gets a pass because he's Batman. And I don't know. I get tired of that type of conversation, That's not how you judge what the quality of a thing.
Yeah.
I will say, I did like the in motion. Seeing the suit in motion does look a lot better.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
A lot better in motion.
yeah. The lighting helps a lot because the shadows hide a lot of the weird things about that suit. You know, the neck looks good with shadows on it. When there's full light, when it's fully lit, the costume looks too bulky and too weird. You know, almost thrown together. But I mean, overall, it looks good. I mean, how hard is it to do revenge story with a guy in a cool Batman suit?
Yeah.
It's not really that hard. And they all, you know, gruff white guy who beats the shit out of everybody. It's not that hard. And everybody's like, oh my God, oh my God. Like, you knew it was going to be good. Batman writes itself. They already got the formula. They had the formula since 1989. We're done. We don't even have to, it's not even a thing to think about. Like, they know what they're doing by now. The one thing I will say is the car. It's a nice car. I love muscle cars, but it's not a Batmobile.
Yeah, it just doesn't scream Batmobile. That's why I was wondering, like, is this like him starting out, or is this him like at a certain point?
I think it's like year 2, year 1. It's either the end of his first year or year 2 of his career.
Because if it's like him starting out, then it's like, yeah, I understand why the Batmobile looks like that. He's obviously gonna improve his tech and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to the director before they showed the whole trailer, and they said it was actually the beginning of year 2.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense.
I tried to ignore as much as I could. Like, I was like, I don't want to read anything. I just want to, I'll see a little picture here and there because, you know, Instagram is how it is. But I was like, I want to be amazed when the trailer comes out. And I mean, it's good. It feels like we're almost at the point where they need to be at, which is just adapt the tone and the look of the Arkham stuff. Stop playing around. Give us the Batfleck suit in the Arkham universe. Call it a day. Because that's the feel that we need. Batman needs to feel.
I think that that like ending part where he just like absolutely just pummels that dude. I was just like, that seems like an '89 Batman thing where he's just like, who are you? And he just absolutely just starts pounding this thug into the ground. It was like, yeah, that's a Keaton thing. I like that.
STRYDENT still
there? I see his picture, but I don't know if he's there. I think he said he was having issues with his internet, so he might pop in and out. But yeah, I think the only issue I had was with the Catwoman. I know you only see her for like probably like 5 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
But then once it like I caught like a glimpse of what her costume looks like, and I was like, everything from the neck down looks good. But then I saw what they did for the face, and I was like, whoa, hold on a minute. We need to pump the brakes here. Like, what is going on here? Like, she's got like a ski mask going on, and I'm like, that's not Catwoman.
That's a burglar. That's a cat burglar.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's not Catwoman. Like, she's a cat burglar.
Yeah.
And so it's just called Catwoman, not just burglar.
But you know what? You guys can say whatever you want, right? I want a Batman that has a bad credit card and will treat people and stuff like that. That's the kind of Batman I want.
So I guess we kind of did see a little bit of the Penguin in here too.
This is their 5.
So
yeah, they flashed him for about a second, but you actually see the face. It looks like Penguin. So
yeah, it was Penguin.
Yeah. Well, STRYDENT, I was just telling those guys that I wish you were seeing the thing that you want a gritty Batman, the Batfleck suit mixed with the Arkham Knight. But you know what missing there also? the credit cards. We need
Out of here.
and the
No,
butt
no,
I'm trying to find that. Where is that?
no, the bat butt cheeks. You gotta have the bat butt cheek shot.
What?
God, that made me so angry. I was embarrassed as a child. I remember as a kid, I'm in the theater with my
Yeah, see,
mom and
there.
my brother and all of them. I was like, no, why would you show Batman's butt? What are you doing? Robin's butt in his crotch. I'm like, this isn't right, man. I felt so embarrassed. I was in the theater just looking at my best friend and my little brother, like, what just happened? Why are we looking at his crotch? This is not cool. And it was like all loud. It was like, boom, crotch. Boom, bat butt cheeks. I'm like, no, never in my whole life did I ever ask for this. No.
I do
man.
think it's cool that they're giving us Catwoman though, because we haven't seen her since the Nolan
Delphi.
stuff.
Well, actually, no, the Nolan trilogy. But I
Oh
don't
yeah, and
even
then you
count
had
her. She's still
the Batman Returns too. That's right. Forgot about
she
that.
did- the Nolan one. For some reason, for me, she never really felt like Catwoman.
Don't forget the Adam West, right?
I know they're the classics. I think that series had 3 different Catwomen, right?
Who are you talking about?
I think it's 3 of them. The Adam West series, the '66 series.
I'm not sure. But man, those boys could have those boys could have fight.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, that's cool. We're getting the Penguin and Catwoman, and it's not just like we have a Batman movie, so we need to have the Joker. Just immediately the Joker. So I mean, if they build up to it, it'd be cool.
But sorry, but I was talking to Grim the other day, and he was saying he was theorizing that maybe they want to sneak in the Joaquin Phoenix Joker into this universe. And
No,
I told him no. I was like, no, we don't need that.
Yeah, no. I know, like right now, that's everyone's favorite Joker because he's the most relatable. But I'm like, that's not Joker. That's just some mentally, unstable person in clown makeup.
Nope.
The Joker is just more than an unstable person in clown makeup. I mean, if you read the comics, you know what the Joker's like.
Yeah, but that's the whole flavor of the month thing,
Exactly.
It's like when you remember when Suicide Squad came out and all these girls were like relationship goals and they had pictures of Harley and the Joker, and I'm like, you guys don't get what that relationship is actually about. Like that's not a good relationship.
You guys are striving for abusive relationships. Like,
yes,
if that's
Pretty
the
much.
case, then you need to talk to someone about that because that's not.
Yeah.
That's
not
not
healthy.
a
Not cool,
relationship.
but they don't know that. They don't know because they don't actually pay attention. They're watching the film because the film it presents it in a romantic kind of light. And even in the film, there's still jacked up stuff that happened in there. But like overall, with the music and the way it's directed, they kind of show it off like she made a choice to run after a psycho because she's in love with him. But in reality, she's his goon that he abuses, and she loves him, and he gives no shits about her. She's just the means to an end, and it's very obvious. They even make that joke in the terrible Harley Quinn show that everybody likes right now, and I'm like, it's true. At least they got that part right. He really doesn't give a shit about her. She's just
he just wants
another
to
goon.
like manipulate and bend and twist her, so that he gets his way. I think if they do a Joker, I think they should try to stay away from the Joaquin Phoenix Joker and just kind of stick to maybe an Arkham type of Joker. Like, I think for the longest, that's what people have been saying for the longest time. I was like, I don't know how you missed that opportunity. Like,
it's not like he's playing the Green Goblin. He hasn't been the Goblin for years.
I know, like the first time I remember I saw the Raimi Spider-Man movie and I saw him as a Goblin, I was like, man, he can just play crazy like really well.
Oh, he's an amazing actor. Amazing. He can play anything really well. He was amazing. Everything I've ever seen him in, even movies I hated, he was in. He's still dope. He's just like, you can tell that's his passion is just it's acting in general. Like it should be. If you're gonna be an actor, you may as well just jump all in. I haven't seen him play a role that he wasn't amazing at, period. So yeah, he would easily be a good Joker. Hopefully it wouldn't mess with his head. I think he seems a little bit, stronger than some of these other guys when it comes to like method acting and all that. He doesn't get lost. But because what, two of the three or three of the most famous Jokers said that it was hard. One of them, it killed him. The other one, it said it nearly drove him nuts because he really got into it. That was Nicholson. And then Joaquin Phoenix said the same thing. He got real deep into it. It took him a while to get out of it. And it's like, what were they doing? It's kind of weird, But
did you hear
hopefully
the Jared Leto stories, right?
Oh yeah, he was nuts, but I think he's just crazy to begin with. It kind of sounds like he was just doing stuff that he would normally do. It's just now he's dressed as the Joker, so he thought it'd be extra funny.
Well, there are quotations. There are quotations around the Joker
the Joker, yeah, very true. A Joker. He was playing a Joker, not the Joker. But no, in all seriousness, though, the movie doesn't look terrible. It doesn't look bad. It looks good. I mean, and it should because it's Batman. It's so simple to make these movies. There's a lot more. I know there's a lot that goes into it, but we have to be honest at this point. It's obvious that the stories can almost write themselves. All the different directors go out of their way to do their take, but no one actually is, ballsy enough to do the Batman, the actual, like, do an adaptation and make him look like he stepped out of the comics into real life, make all the tech work and all that stuff. And when we got it, we didn't get it in a universe that felt authentic, like the comics that he's supposed to be in. The suit, the gear looked right,
yeah,
but the world was weird. But this looks like the world that they created is correct. It fits. You see him with the police. He's not immediately,
a
like
friend.
public.
He's more of a foe. Like he's...
Well, no. I mean, like he's not a foe in this one because you saw him walk into the house with the cops and the detectives, and they're asking him stuff. So you're getting to see that part that we didn't ever get to see. So that he's had a year of dealing with the cops and gaining their trust already, because they say this is the beginning of year 2. So now Gordon actually has that relationship that he's had in the comics where he could ask him about things, or give him clues or information, leads to kind of go track down for the police. You know what I mean? So that'll be nice to see that. And it's not goofy, like the worthless Commissioner Gordon in the 89 and the Schumacher films. Good God.
I do think it's cool. I think it's cool they went a different direction with Gordon. They didn't just cast like another white, middle-aged white guy. They kind of went a different direction. So I think that's cool.
Yeah. It is. And he has the right kind of stash too. I've been waiting for that. And the closest we got, we didn't even really get to see him do anything. They made J. Jonah Jameson gain all that muscle and stuff, and he looked the part, and then he didn't do anything. He stood up on a building and spoke for a couple minutes, and that's it. There's your Gordon. I was like, what?
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
That's not Commissioner Gordon.
He looked the part though, but he is. I mean, it is. Yeah, J. Jonah Jameson. Like, come on, like you can't be that, iconic, and then they go, hey, let's play another iconic guy. Like, nah, he's already, J. Jonah Jameson. I'm glad they were able to get him back in that role.
Yeah, I think it's cool. So everyone saw the Snyder Cut trailer.
Mm-hmm. I saw it.
Yeah.
My question is, what happened to this movie? Like this is what I wanted to see if I had decided to see the Justice League movie in the theater. Like I wanted to see this, and then what we got is just this is like day and night.
I still don't know. it does look like day and night, and this looks better than what we got. It looks a lot better than what we got.
Like we actually get to see Darkseid. It's like
Yeah.
I would have rather had Darkseid than Steppenwolf.
Well, Steppenwolf is still in there, and he looks amazing. They went back and they used the original design and finished that up. It looks good. I always like the visuals that Snyder brings, but I don't like some of the presentation in these trailers. Like this classic rock shit that he does with the Justice League. Like they're so iconic. This is when you need, like, if anyone requires the choir and the full orchestra and the most bombastic, godly, score behind them, it's the Justice League.
Like they should have gotten like maybe Hans Zimmer, maybe someone
or someone new.
Yeah,
someone new. Like, have you ever listened to? No, go ahead.
It's like they need something like I know it's like not in the same realm, but it's like if you've ever watched like My Hero Academia, whenever you hear you say run, it's like like it gets you hyped, like it gets you pumped, like you just want to, I don't know, go run around the block or something really fast.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it makes you want to tie a sheet around your neck like a cape, and actually go act like a superhero. Yeah,
yeah. It's like that's what you need for the Justice League.
Like when we think about the Justice League, if you were watching the cartoon, when you hear both themes, the Justice League theme where they're walking in slow motion against the sunrise, or the Justice League Unlimited with the Queen style guitars, you need something iconic and epic that makes you pumped. I want to hear Hallelujah to my fucking Justice League. Like, what the hell is that? When I was watching it, I'm looking at it, I'm like, these visuals look amazing. But the music just made me, I was like ready to turn the channel. Like, man, nah.
To be honest, I actually did when they started with the whole Hallelujah thing. I was like, it was unwarranted. You know, as you guys rightfully said, you need music that when you hear it the first time, you want to run around the block screaming.
Yeah. I mean, and I get what he's trying to do because they're classics. So he figured classic rock fits. And I get the rock thing because I'm not saying I don't ever like rock. It's good in certain situations, but like even symphonic black metal would have fit a Justice League something with them fighting, the dark side, this god, this evil god of like just death. Like give us some crazy like orchestral metal, and I'd be like, yep, that's it, that's perfect. Or some super like just loud epic like Two Steps from Hell, or immediate music type, some of their best stuff.
Or like
give us something like that.
Any of the audio machine stuff, like any of that stuff works.
But that's my big gripe. But the look of everything, like I love the look, the team that Snyder works with, and I know he's an artist too, which is probably why we get such crisp, like the visuals are exactly, in many cases, they're exactly what you think of when you think of some of these characters. There's situations that aren't, because he's not the best writer, and some of his ideas I don't get where he's coming from. Like I would have loved to go back in time and see him play with his toys, because hearing him talk about what he wants them to do, I'm like, nah. Like, did you ever hear the interview where he's talking about in his universe Batman could get raped in prison?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I was like, why would you even think of that with Batman? Like, I don't know. That's when you need the writers to step in and be like, okay, you make the images look pretty, and let us write the story. Because
that
you need help
right there is like, that's what keeps you up at night. Yikes! Oh, man.
Exactly. I was like, I don't want to know. And yeah, sorry if that's too off the beaten path, but I mean that is something that Zack Snyder said. You can find that stuff, and I'm just like, woo, no.
Man.
My thing is, I think it's the problem that some of the comic book people have, and a lot of people have, is they're too much. The Watchmen influence is too heavy on them. And they want to use that too much. They even what's the name?
Dark Knight Returns too.
Yeah, even forgetting the writer's name, crazy guy. Frank Miller. No, Alan Moore. Yeah, Alan Moore. Even Alan Moore said that when he wrote Watchmen, he said that was just like it wasn't meant to be like the whole view of the whole outlook of the comic book industry. Like the whole comic book industry just seemed like they just wanted to run with that whole take, and it seems like a lot of people are influenced by that, and just kind of like these are superheroes, you know. There's an innocence that still needs to be about them, but you can do a gritty reality take on it, but you need to still have some kind of innocence to them, you know, or something.
Yeah, balance. There needs balance.
But I have to say, yeah, the trailer looks really good. I mean, that was one of the things I liked from the Watchmen movie that he did, was just everything looked really, really nice visual wise.
Yeah. Well, he's a great director. No, there's no way you could take that from him. When people try to say stuff like he's never done anything that was, you know, really good, get out of here. Everybody was in the theater when 300 came out. Everybody was in the theater when Dawn of the Dead came out. Everybody was in the theater when freaking Watchmen came out. Like, even if you don't like Man of Steel, you were in the theater to see it because it looked fucking phenomenal.
Yep.
So, you know, for people to say, oh, no, he never really did. No, the stories, yeah, I got you. He didn't write those stories. This has been a battle I've been fighting since I first started doing videos on YouTube, is that you can't blame the director for a bad script. He's paid to direct. The producers set their mind on the script. The director makes it all look nice and happen, you know? So, yeah, they can't blame him for the story, but in the visual department, this man is on a different level. Like in there's a scene in Sucker Punch towards the end. It's the very last mission they go on when they're on the train and they're fighting those robots.
Yep.
Oh my god. That cinematography is fucking nuts. The direction, the transitions with reflections of one thing turning into the transition to the next set of movements, and nuts. Just nuts. Stuff that other directors can't even fathom how to do it. And he's making it look fine. He just makes it look like, yeah, it's just a thing. Just that's how it is in this universe.
Yeah, I mean, it was like everyone was moving, like the camera was following the bullets wherever those went. It was just like, oh.
It was nuts. It was nuts. Like the one shot where Sweet Pea shot something, or no, Baby Doll shot something. The shell flew out, and then the camera tracked the shell. The reflection of, or was it the other way around? Sweet Pea shot something, the shell flew out, and then you saw the reflection of Baby Doll in it. And then she was attacking the robot that was next to the shell. With you see the sword kind of come down, about to hit the shell, and it cuts the robot. It was nuts, man. Like all the action in that is nuts. Like I wish someone would relegate him to like directing the action in some of these movies that have really good writing.
Yep.
So that way you could get the perfect action to match the perfect script, because I don't think that his team is always the best. He doesn't work with the best writers in all of his stuff.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Justice League, I think BVS is another example.
Lord have mercy.
And I'm like you, Stryden. I think I was looking forward to how he would frame a battle with Darkseid, and I'm kind of hoping we see that. You know?
We should, because I think what they're doing is, and the trailer kind of gives us, you know, an idea that that's the case. Everything that was taken out of Justice League and cut down, he just put it back in, and so it looks like you're getting the two movies, because you remember it was supposed to be Justice League Part 1 and Justice League Part 2. You're getting both movies slapped together and then cut up in chunks on HBO Max. Yeah. So we're gonna get the whole, you know, evil Superman story, and then you're gonna get the, you know, the going through time situation, and then the battle on I think it's gonna be on Apocalypse, if I remember correctly. Maybe they changed it, but I know in the original script there was something about, or it's not on Apocalypse, it's on Earth. They go back in time and fight him where he came down and started the invasion the first time. So I don't know. I kind of, I'm anxious to see how it all turns out. I don't really care. I've stopped. DC has like I'm a DC fan like through and through, but compared to the Marvel Cinematic Universe,
Yeah.
You're just not getting the payoff. You're not getting the payoff. There's too much Harley and not enough everything else in DC films all over the place. There's too much Batman and not enough everything else. So you don't really have a universe. You've got what Wonder Woman and Aquaman and Shazam were the best movies they've done in I don't know how long, and then now they're gonna have another Batman movie that will probably do really well. I want the rest of the universe to be up to that level so that we can see other people shine too, and they're not doing it. And it's kind of stupid. You have go ahead.
And the thing with me was when they announced way back then when they announced Man of Steel, and when it was Nolan and what's his name? I don't know.
Goyer.
He's Goyer. And the take was they're gonna do it like Batman Begins. It's like this based in reality. I'm like, wait a minute, we're talking about a man who flies. You guys were base him in reality and then make him grimdark. And it's like that's not Superman. That works Batman.
No.
But I still like Man of Steel, but there is parts. There was a lot of things that can be tweaked about that movie. Like,
oh yeah, there's things that work and things that don't in that movie. You're right.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the things that I hated about BVS. I was like, how are you gonna like hate on Superman just because he's Superman? Like, that's the point of Superman, is like he's so good at what he does because he's from another planet. Like, his planet got absolutely destroyed, so he settled here on Earth and is willing to help you people, but you like want to shit on him. Like,
it's that edgelord mentality. I had an argument, and I've probably brought this up in other stuff too, but I had an argument with this dude on this old site that I used to go on. It was a blog. I'm sorry. It was called the Bitter Script Reader. The dude said, for the umpteenth time, Batman is more relatable than Superman. And I said, apparently you haven't been really reading the comics that you're looking at, because none of us had our parents murdered in front of us. None of us have billions of dollars in our bank accounts. Most of us comic book fans, and most of us work a 9 to 5 like Clark Kent. Most of us have responsibilities, but we have the things that we want to do. We're all geeks and we love our figures and video games and stuff. We would love to do some of us, we'd love to do the fun stuff and not have to do the adulting part. Think about that in terms of Superman. The adulting is being Superman. Clark Kent is his day-to-day. He has all this power and this responsibility. He just wants to be a regular guy. How can you not relate with that? And all these people are like, Batman's more relatable. He's got a car. He has no powers. He blah, blah. No, he's not. I can't relate to shit that happens with that character.
It's like,
that's the thing, right? You're relating to a billionaire that parents get shot.
Yeah,
in an alley.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Relate to that.
Like, rich white family runs through like literally the worst ghetto you can run through. They get robbed. I mean, you knew it was going to happen because it's literally called fucking Crime Alley. So they shouldn't have, but they knew better. They went in there, they get mugged, they get killed in front of the kid. The kid grows up with this vendetta against crime in general. Like, none of us know what that's the vendetta part. That's not common. You know what I mean? People, I'm not saying people don't get shot, that happens. But and crime obviously happens, but I'm saying like the connection that they're saying you would have if you relate. Nah, we don't have that. No matter how much you want to convince yourself, you don't. So you can't relate to him. Most people, they did Taekwondo for like 5 months at some point in their life, or they did karate. I actually did martial arts for 25 years, and I still don't relate to Batman. I like the idea that he trained and brought himself up. I usually kind of cotton on to those kinds of characters, the physical ones that don't always have like the most, destructive and amazing powers. But like, no, I relate to Clark Kent. He wants to, he has issues with girls growing up. He has to, even though he can do all these amazing things, he still has the lack of confidence that most adolescent boys have as they're growing up trying to figure out how to do these things you want to do. Like, it's all human, even though he's a god in comparison. So for people to be like, oh, I can't relate to super, yeah, you're just a moron. You're not paying attention. I mean, like, seriously, these were books that were created for kids to see adults in a way that makes you want to live the right way, an example, so to speak. That was the goal. There was the whole situation where all the adult men, the dads, were going off to war. They were being drafted and they had to leave. So in the absence of their actual dads, kids were turning to these books, and the companies were capitalizing on this and creating these role models so that the kids had examples to grow with. That's what Robin is there for. He's our audience surrogate so that we get to be in these adventures with Batman. So for people to be like, I don't get it, blah blah blah, Superman's what, get out of, you don't get comics, you just don't get it. And maybe this isn't for you, but it's one of those weird arguments that now, because the movie industry is taken over, so we see a lot of superheroes in film. You have the movie version fans versus like the lifelong comic book fans when it comes to, I guess, the philosophy behind these characters. And it's really hard to have these discussions when they don't have anything to back up their arguments other than, I watched a movie. You know what I mean? I've been reading comics for almost my entire life. I learned to read from reading comics, So it's like, this isn't really one of those arguments that you're going to win because you watched 4 Superman movies or 4 Batman movies. Like, nah, it doesn't work like that. There's so much more than what you keep seeing over and over with Batman. I mean, I think most of the Batman films have told the same couple stories, right?
Yep.
It's like the origin, always the origin, and him either fighting the Joker and maybe 1 or 2 other villains, and that's it. They don't really go very far. So I don't know. That's one of those weird things that gets on my nerves. But Superman is clearly the more relatable character, and I wish the movies would reflect this.
What you should have hit that dude with was, do you sneak out in the middle of the night and go beat up people?
So I asked the whole thing. My response to him and his corny, can't relate to Superman because he's a god. I'm like, you clearly, I broke it down, like the whole thing. There's psychological issues that Batman's going through that most of us will never even scratch the surface in our lifetime, and we should be thankful because you don't want to deal with those kinds of issues. And then, a lot of things Superman deals with on a day-to-day basis, it's literally the stuff we deal with on a day-to-day basis. We just wish we could do the superhero part, to kind of balance it out. That'd be amazing to be able to fly through the fucking sun. Shit, let alone just to be able to fly. But this guy can fly through the sun, and he's cool. I've seen the inside of the sun. Like, what? What is it? What? Like, I wish.
You can imagine it's your coworkers like, where you went? I went to
It's like these are the conversations, the morning conversations of Superman. He just comes back Monday morning. Oh, how was your weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, I flew over the middle of the sun. No big deal. You did what?
I flew to the source wall. What the hell is the source wall? Oh, it's on the very end of space. What do you mean the end of space? It's the end of space.
Besides, guys, Venus is real nice this time of year.
Like it's literally, I don't know. I guess this is what happens when folks that I guess predominantly watch things with the mind to kind of rip it apart by saying, in real life, this is what would happen. This is what happens when you introduce comics to those folks. Yeah. Because now they're trying to rationalize things that are completely outside the realm of regular rational thought, because this is shit that no one can do, I don't know.
Yes. and that is like comics get so, can I use the word socially? I guess we're social these days, we used to read comics to escape the reality of life. You just that little pocket of fantasy where you could enjoy. But now when you read a comic, everything is like, okay, SJWs.
Oh man, I think
Yeah.
the best example here is what they did with Wonder Woman.
Uh,
Poor Allende is out there crying. He had to cry himself to sleep when he saw that.
wait, what happened? What are you talking about?
Oh man, oh I gotta show you that
Have you seen the
one.
latest? I think it's this a variant cover of somebody that drew a variant cover of Wonder Woman. This looks pretty. It's very terrible looking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
think it was the people at Rooster Teeth, the same people that did the RWBY,
Uh-huh.
whatever.
Movie, yeah.
No,
oh yeah,
Yeah, they
no,
they did that Wonder Woman.
it's that Cal art style kind of.
Oh Lord. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
don't even
god.
want to get started, man. I'll hijack this whole podcast with that. I don't even want to do that. Sorry, I'm not.
No,
I'm gonna
but
try to.
I'll
I'm
show
gonna
you.
stay far away from that.
Uh,
Ooh.
yeah, I'll show you. Just show you a little peek at it. Oh my god, it looks like the when I saw that, I was like, wait, is that like the art style of like Steven Universe? And then I looked closer, I was like, oh my god, that's Wonder Woman. Yeah, you see it?
It's
It's like
weird.
what is going on with these mom jeans? Like,
Oh,
oh man, she's man.
get the fuck out of here! Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow, that hurts my heart.
Uh,
Nothing about that screams Wonder Woman. I
no,
don't know.
it's
It's
Scream Steven Universe.
it
Oh man.
screams like bad Tumblr fan art. Like it's just, I don't know. I mean, everybody should be able to enjoy this stuff, but I think some of these things they don't deserve to be shared the way that everything gets shared. You know, like it's bad enough that editorial, when it comes to comics, don't really do their job. That's why you have 5 trillion versions of the same character and 5
Goodness.
trillion continuities going at the same time. And that's why it makes it so impossible for people to jump on. And you never hear this when they have that conversation. People say comics are intimidating because I don't know where to jump in. Yeah, because nobody respects continuity. Every team makes up their own version of everything they work on instead of making their work fall in line with what came before. You know what I mean? So that we understand this is like a day or several days in the life of the character that you are working on. And that's what makes it difficult because you don't know. You can't tell just by looking at the cover of the book where does this fit? You know, even folks that are hardcore, you could have all the books in succession, and I do it myself sometimes. I mean, I've stopped over the years because this frustrates me to my core. I hate reading a book and then they change creative teams,
Yeah, it's
and then the story goes out the window, and I'm like, wait, what happened to the shit that was unresolved in the last issue? Nope, fuck it. It's a whole new team of writers, whole new team of artists. Everything is new. So forget that shit. Like what?
yeah, it's
Why?
like this is a case of this is my take on Wonder Woman because I want her to look more like me. It's like no,
Yeah,
that's not Wonder
she's
Woman. Like Wonder Woman's supposed
not.
to be fit and athletic because
She's an
she's a god.
Amazon.
Yeah, she's a
She's an Amazon. She's
warrior.
a demigod Amazon. Like that's it. If she
no,
put on dad pants or mom pants, she's still gonna look phenomenal.
you don't want to looking like if she's been too much of Big Macs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like there's
Oh
this
man.
weird fear, and it goes back to what we were talking about with Superman. There's this weird fear of not being able to live up to or follow whatever the example is being set. It's too hard to do it, so we have to now bring those icons down to our level. That's not the point of an icon. The point of the icon or the role model is to stand out and be the example. Whether or not you make it there, it doesn't matter. The idea is that that symbol exists, and you can try to strive to be, as good as, or, what would so and so do in this situation? That's what you think of, and it drives you to do better. Making them flawed like us, it cuts out having something to strive to. You just took the pinnacle and you brought them down to the average person's. Like, who wants to watch read a comic about the average person? I mean, I know those
It's
comics
like
exist, but in superhero comics, who wants to read about the average person? Nobody. That's not what superheroes are.
It's like
issue 1.
He wakes up late for work. No powers, no nothing. Just a weird, dad pants and maybe a bulletproof vest or something, because he likes to pretend to be a superhero on the side. Like, what the fuck? It'd be funny for a couple issues, but that's not.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's counter of what this was all supposed to be, so it gets a minute. But anyway, back to DC fandom. We were talking about that stuff. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We gotta vent our thoughts on these things. That's why I like doing these discussions, because everyone gets to discuss their opinions on the things that we share interest in.
Yeah.
So the Batman Gotham Knights. Oh man, that is good.
The only thing I have to say negative, it's a 2-player co-op game. That's it. 2 players. I was like, could you imagine if it was 4 and we could all be online at the same time and we're all working towards the same objective with all 4 characters? That would have been amazing. But I read that it's 2 players. That's it.
Oh man, that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah. But it looks great.
Yeah, I think it's cool because it's not like another Batman game. It's like we get to see the Bat family, doing their thing. It's kind of cool to see them all come together whenever,
well, in a game.
Yeah, in a game where, Batman dies. And it's kind of cool to see how Barbara is without, her dad, because her dad died.
Yeah.
In this too, so it's kind of cool to.
Well, it's kind of weird because she died too in Arkham Knight. So I don't know.
Yeah.
They're really. It looks like it follows Arkham Knight, but at the same time, there's things in it that doesn't necessarily line up.
And that's the thing I was saying. Didn't Tim have wasn't he bigger and had a bald head or something like that?
Yeah, he shaved his head and he was fighting in underground fights and stuff. Yeah.
And I have to say one thing. Thank you. It is not Damian. I can't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. I was scared when I saw Gotham Knights, and then I saw they were showing them. I was like, oh god, please don't do Damian, please don't.
Yeah.
And then I saw Tim, and I was like, oh yes, okay, I'm invested.
I hope it's Tim. I mean, he had a hood, so it could be. I mean, he had the hood first, I think, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's Tim. If it's the Arkham verse, it has to be Tim because they never introduced Damian. So that's cool. It looks great though. I mean, it looks like it would be.
I like that they did Batman a little bit older. Like you can tell he's got the bags under his eyes. He's got the gray on the sides, and you can see some wrinkles.
Yeah.
The textures of his face. I'm like, that's cool. It's not just Batman. It's like you're showing that. Batman's put wear and tear on his body, both physically and mentally from doing what he's been doing. So,
well, on top of that, all of his wards are grown ass people. So there's no way Dick Grayson is going to be in his 30s and Batman's going to still look 27. You know what I mean? You ever notice in the comics the timelines, because of all these different different writing teams and artist teams, if they like Batman from a certain era, that's the way they depict him, and then Nightwing will just perpetually be whatever age. Batman will stay young too, so they almost look like they're the same age.
Yeah. Well, that's Batman's superpower, right?
I know, right? They forget we've literally watched Robin, the first Robin, grow up. So Batman needs to be getting older too, but he doesn't. Instead, he stays the age he was. Robin was 10, and here Dick Grayson's pushing 30 and 40, and you're just like, wait a second, what happened with Batman?
He's in the Lazarus Pit.
This is one of the reasons why I was trying to hunt down the Mezco Sovereign Knight, because I wanted a Batman in the middle of his And then
Yeah,
you look at the Bruce Wayne head, and he's got like some graying
some
going on, and I
gray
was like, "That's
and more
cool."
lines
Like
too. Like
that's
if you compare it to the Ascending Knights, he's got lines in his face too, more lines and stuff. Like it's such a great. Those figures are easily those three figures, Ascending, Sovereign, and Supreme, are easily the best Batman figures they've ever done because they capture that thing that everybody keeps forgetting. This dude is not immortal. He has to age. It's part of what makes the story interesting. There has to be a beginning, a middle, and an end.
yep. I think it's
So
cool with Jason like that. He's got the scar across his face. I
from
don't know if
what?
that was from I don't know if that was from the Death of the Family, but like I'm looking at the trailer
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
potentially.
Yeah,
That's
he had his car. Yeah.
Yeah, I
that
think
is potentially it. You're right. I didn't even think about that. You're right.
that's kind of cool
Well,
because I don't think they've ever really done that for.
well, I mean, I don't know. It's cool in a way. It's convenient in another way. It's cool if you're gonna say that the Lazarus pits don't heal you, and it literally brought this man back from the dead. So he probably shouldn't even have the scar. But if you're gonna say like because he was dead, whatever damage he had before, it just brings him back to what he was right before the death, then I guess then it works. You know what I'm saying? Like
Or
kind of like the
maybe he got that, doing his
afterwards.
thing as redhead. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it looks cool.
I think it's cool that I guess they're following the thing with Barbara that she's got the what was it, the microchip or something in her that she had put in her back so that she could
Oh,
walk
so she can
again.
walk?
Yeah,
Really? Wow.
I think that's what it was if I remember right. One of the
No, that suit, they did that. That was the early New 52, but then they got rid of it. And they completely rebooted her with that corny ass cosplay suit that she wears with the lavender and yellow suit. You know what I'm talking about? With the jacket
oh,
and
the
the
Burnside one.
Burnside.
Yeah,
Yeah. They completely were just like, yep, none of that shit
that's
happened. This is where we're starting from. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about.
That's dumb. Like
All that history.
you should have just kept the microchip thing because it makes sense. Because
Or no,
it's like
they could skip the whole Joker brutalizing her bullshit because that story kind of sucks. I know a lot of people are like, it's one of the best stories ever. It's not
no, it's
really.
not.
It's not really the best story
Even
ever. And
even the writer for Killing Joke even said that wasn't him at his
at
best
his
writing.
best, yeah, Alan Moore, I think, wrote that
Yeah.
one. Um, yeah, I mean, it was for shock value, and that's what he said he was told to do. It was to shock the audience, and then they turn around and try to make it canon. It's like, nah, don't make it canon because there's an ending to the story that everyone ignores. If it's truly the end of the story and it's canon, Joker should be dead by Batman's hands because you hear it, ha 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 ha, and it stops at the end of the book, because it goes black, and then the laughter stops, and Batman had his hands like right at his throat. So it's like you're only going to acknowledge parts of this story that's just all kinds of jacked up. Like, I mean, this is my problem. It doesn't surprise me because this is what people do, but it just doesn't fit. So I would rather they ignore it altogether and just let her, like if you're going to tell the story, do like Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, where you take the best bits from their whole history and jam them together and just trim the fat. All that other shit that just doesn't make sense and doesn't fit in, just leave it. We don't need it. I get that at the time, seeing, Gordon kidnapped in bondage gear with little midgets running around and stuff was like, it was amazing to people, and they were like, oh my God, comics never did this stuff before, at least not mainstream comics. But it's like, okay, now it's 2020. We've seen all kinds of weird stuff, both from the big two, from Image and from indie comic book creators. We're not shocked by this anymore. It's only like new readers that go back and see that and are like, oh my God, comics are mature. Like the rest of us, we knew this. We've been through this. So like, yeah, they can let that be its own thing and
Yeah.
just trim the fat,
I think it's cool though that they have it like set up as like Oracle, where it's in the clock tower and she's got all monitors and
Yeah,
all of the different computer
the
components in
belt.
there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. I don't think the Oracle thing is exactly the same way anymore because she's still Batgirl. But
Right.
either way, it looks good, man. Seeing her with that tonfa that turns into a nunchuck, I was like, what? Where did this come
Yeah,
from?
I
This is
saw that.
freaking
It was
nice.
like, oh, that's cool that they like mixed it up from, their usual,
Yeah,
like this is what you usually see them with. It's like, he
it
said
looks
that
good.
there's gear laying around, but it needs improvement. So it's cool to see everyone, changing up or I guess upgrading their
Yeah, of
gear.
course.
Credit cards.
Credit cards.
I know he left some extra Batman Forever cards in there in the Belfry. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I will say I am sick of superhero games with upgrade systems because the fantasy is having the powers to begin with, and it's sad that the developers can never develop a game with progression that doesn't involve tier systems and upgrading and buying stuff for your cat. I mean, when you're part of the Bat family, what the fuck are you buying? Like, what are you upgrading in that
Yeah,
kind of way?
it's like,
You're the
you
Bat
know,
family. You have all that.
you have the resources there, so you shouldn't need to be buying shit like.
Yeah, it's strange. It always bothered me. That was the thing that bothered me in the Arkham games. It's Batman, but he forgot his lockpick. You know what I mean? It's Batman, but he didn't bring the like really good grapple gun. He brought like the kind of okay grapple gun. So in the middle of the game, you got to go back to the Batcave and get the real good grapple gun. It's like what?
He should just call up Selena and ask her if he could borrow one of her lockpicks.
Something, that always bugged me. I'm like, really? I can't just go into this building? Like I can't just pick the lock and go in? Or blow up the damn lock and go in? Like what? But I know it's a game, and apparently that's the kind of game logic we go with these days. But either way, the game looks awesome.
So looking at Robin's face, it looks like Tim. It doesn't look like Damian.
Yeah.
If you look up close, so that's a good thing. I'm glad. I don't know, is Rocksteady on that's doing this, or?
Yeah, that's Rocksteady.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. I think this one is WB Montreal.
That Suicide Squad game is Rocksteady.
Yeah, it's Rocksteady.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got the two confused. This looks.
But I would guess it's Tim because and he's the techie one out of all of them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, in the game, they said Robin they never call him Tim. They just said Robin has the ability to like use the Justice League teleporter for short range teleporting now.
That's cool.
While they were showing the gameplay.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Where you move the cursor where you want to go, and he just pops up right there.
I gotta say though, I think seeing them lined up here on the ledge, it's like you can tell Dick Grayson and Jason have been hitting the gym hard. Like they've been hitting weights.
Yeah. They wanted to differentiate the body types because in the comics they all have that similar. Once they get to a certain age, Tim and I'm not Tim. I'm sorry. Dick and Jason have a similar frame. Almost like they're Batman designed them to be that way or chose them because they fit a certain look.
Something else that's dope is they're putting the Court of Owls in here. I
It's
think
all right.
that's cool because they never, at least in the games, they never dove into that type of area.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, hopefully they'll hopefully they'll improve the Court of Owls and make them like the things that didn't make sense. With this secret society that existed in Gotham under Batman's nose for the entirety of his career until that story popped up. Hopefully they'll fix that because making them pop up after Batman is supposedly dead, that's a better plot device. Having Batman just the guy who sits in a cave and studies shit doesn't know that there's these guys operating and they've been there since the creation of Gotham and he has no idea. Like that's kind of dumb. It always was dumb to me. I remember reading it and I was just like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, but then again, that was from the Batman universe where all of everything happened within 5 years.
Yeah.
Man, it's nice to see like everyone has their own like they're doing like flips and kicks and shit. Like I hope that's something that you're able to do in the game, because yeah, that needs to be a requirement, because they were trained by someone who has knowledge of multiple fighting styles, so that needs to be a thing that shouldn't be left out.
Nah, none of the Arkham games leave out the martial arts. That's basic in those games. It'll be nice to just see how it all works. I mean, just looking at it, it literally looks like they just opened up the Arkham gameplay to multiple players. Kind of like that mode that was in Arkham Origins when you play online. Someone was Robin and I think someone was Batman, and you kind of played together. I think you could play. It was 2 players, wasn't it? Because it was an online thing. My Arkham
It might have
Origins
been
doesn't work.
Arkham Knight. That might have been it. It might have been Arkham Knight that
Maybe it
had
was
it.
Arkham Knight. I thought. Yeah, you're right. It was Knight, not Origins. Knight. I still
Yeah.
haven't. Yeah, I don't have Arkham Knight. I
No,
played it
it's
when
okay.
it first came out.
Yeah, I was like, too much Batmobile. No,
Yeah,
biggie. It's like,
sure.
I mean, I know Batman needs his Batmobile, but he doesn't need it that much. It's like
I just
85% of the game you're just in the Batmobile shooting
yeah.
tanks. I'm like, what is this? I don't want to shoot tanks. I want to be Batman. I want to pummel people.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, I
man.
wasn't digging the story. I played through it with some friends, and I mean, parts of it were really fun, but a lot of things were really stupid.
Then it
I
was
was just,
like the Arkham Knight is Jason Todd. I was like, really? Like
then we called it from day one.
like that's the best you could do for a. Ah man.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
Yeah,
I
I'm
wasn't a fan
not.
of that one either.
I thought it was Terry. My
You,
bad.
you thought it was Terry?
Yeah, my bad.
No, I figured because in their universe, that was one of the only stories they never really touched was, Death in the Family. So I figured if they're going to go all psychological scars and such with Batman, they're going to go and dig into a Death in the Family and do their version. And none of those stories, those other writers taking on that plot were as good as Under the Red Hood. And I'm like,
Yep.
if you're not going to do that, then just leave it alone, because
I still feel like if that could have been like a live action movie.
yeah,
Red Hood. That could have been. Oh man, that was such a good movie.
Yep,
it was so
it was
good. So good. What'd you guys think of the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League trailer?
Okay, so
Well, Superman again.
I know, man.
That kind of bummed me out. I was like,
That made me mad. I was like,
going in with this again. Okay.
That pissed me off hard.
So I'm a big, I like my Harley.
Oh Lord.
But I gotta say, I thought, I thought it was kind of cool how they all interacted in here. Like they just gave no fucks, because it just seems like that's the shit list. She just kind of picked the worst and just kind of made a team of like some of the worst of the worst. So it's cool to see that they don't, get along. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's Task Force X in general. I mean, that's the Suicide Squad in general. I mean, they don't get along, but they have to.
Like, I think it's just funny
die.
that instead of like following the mission, they're just sitting here fucking around at wherever this is. So I kind of like that. I kind of wish they had just followed something different from the Justice League. Like, there are plenty of other, things they could have did.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
I think it looks interesting. But it's for the PS5. I'm like, oh, I'm not. You ain't getting me to spend 600 on another fucking PlayStation. And then spend 60 on a game. Like, no, I'm not.
Or more, because it may be more than that. They're still up in the air about the cost of games.
It's like the 5 is what the 4 should have been. So I'm like, why are you waiting till now to give us a system that can play everything from the previous systems? It's like just makes no sense. Trying to sell me a $600 Wi-Fi router. that plays games.
Oh, man.
Just like, man, you can keep that, Sony. You just you can keep your Wi-Fi router.
But I wasn't. I don't know. It was weird. Like as soon as I saw Harley, I rolled my eyes. I was like, "Oh, here we go," and they made her look more like Margot Robbie. I was like, "Here we go." What was that? The third version of Harley Quinn in the DC fandom thing that we watched. Like she showed up in everything, and I was just like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like when you put together a team that's supposed to be, versatile, and you look at all the characters that they got on the team, the fuck do you need her for? And then they have her using a grappling hook, like Batman in them, which I'm like, why can't they give, like, if you're gonna convince us that Harley is worth being part of anything, why not draw from her actual arsenal?
I mean, she uses like what's it called, like bombs, like not
like
like
joke
bomb
weapons.
bombs, but
They're all
yeah,
joke weapons
like
with
mallet, and they gave her the
yeah.
bat and shit. I was like, what? Like all the what's it called? All the previous versions we've seen of her on the Suicide Squad, she always has either like the big ass mallet or she has the hammer.
Well, the mallet and the pistols.
Yeah,
Or,
it's like
or a
why?
bat.
Where the fuck did she get that grappling hook? Like she raided
It's a,
Batman's closet when he wasn't there.
they could have give her a pogo stick and all.
Yeah, like it just the
Oh, they
lack of
would have had me.
imagination when they use her frustrates me, because it's like, you know how many other characters they could have put Tarantula in there and we've been like, oh shit, okay. Or you could have put Killer Frost, or you could have put, you know what I mean? What's his name? Bronze Tiger.
Yeah,
Bronze Tiger, yeah.
but they have this mentality, that Harley Quinn sells.
Yeah.
So they're gonna put in everything.
In everything, of course. Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's a business move, but I'm sick of seeing her and stuff. I mean, no offense to you 112. I know you love Harley, but there's and I always wanted to ask, what is it about Harley that you love so much?
Good question.
If you were to explain, because I can't see it, and it always bothers me when other people are like, she's their favorite character, and I want to know why. What is it about Harley, other than she's another hot blonde white comic book character? What is it that because I mean there's tons of characters that fit that description, they just aren't insane. So what's the thing? And this is not, I'm not trying to like
no
put you on the spot or anything. I just legit want to know.
Yeah.
No, you're just asking like, normal question. I liked her since the animated series. That's when I really got introduced to her, and I don't know, just liked her since.
That's where she came from. It's we all were introduced to her. She was created for the animated series.
I don't know, it was just something. It was just something, the way that they did her in the animated series. I just liked her, and it just kind of stuck. I mean, there are some things that I don't like what they do with her, but I mean, some other Harley fans will tell you, no, everything is perfect. No, I love everything that they've done with her. I'm just like, no, not really. I mean, there are definitely things that, I wish they wouldn't do with her, but, it's like
But if you were gonna
fight with these people.
If you were gonna make a list, what would you say? Like, pretend I know nothing about comics, and you were describing this character to me, and you were saying this is one of my favorite characters. Why? What would be the things?
I guess I kind of like how out there the character is, like in terms of what they do with her comics, like the situations they put her in are out there. The people that she usually hangs out with is, usually Poison Ivy, or what's that dude's name in the wheelchair with he's like the German guy that's in the wheelchair with the cyborg. Damn it, and I don't even have my
the chief.
Yeah. That's the landlord, I guess.
From the Doom Patrol.
No.
Talking about that guy, or I don't read her.
I don't read her it's book. Like the one time I don't have the books here in front of me. I can't link. Oh, we have a computer. That's right. We have technology.
Yeah, yeah. Right now, that's the ultimate book.
I know it's the book. The computer.
But
Man.
I remember we were having a chat yesterday, and I told you that Joker was one of my favorite DC villains. But I should have been a little bit more specific in the sense that the Mark Hamill Joker is my favorite. Right?
Gotcha.
And
Yeah, he's one of the best.
Probably
Like,
thinking
aside from
the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. Probably like, oh no,
Oh, no.
you're one of those people.
we were having, the reason why I say that is we were having a conversation yesterday and seeing that this new, and I think we could touch on it, the Black Adam, seeing that Black Adam is coming out. I am just having a feeling that people will just jump to that character. Oh, he's the next. You know how it is. He's the next baddest thing. So I just lay my claim there. I love Black Adam, right? And my favorite Joker is Mark Hamill.
Yeah. No, I understand. Mine is still Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
And I like that Mark Hamill drew from that for his performance with the deeper voice and all that stuff. Like, I dug that because, like, earlier, and there's some things about his performance that changed over time because he kind of, I guess, went into his own isms for the Joker. Because there was back in the day, there was the Joker voice, like the character, and then there was Jack's voice where he would get deep and he would talk. It didn't sound like he was putting on a voice. He would just kind of mumble things in that Jack Nicholson style Joker voice. And then there's the one with the slight accent, that he puts on when he's performing, you know what I mean? Trying to be all goofy and stuff. And I always dug that because it's like this dude is like horribly touched. And to get that across and it looks like he's having fun it's not easy. And for Mark Hamill to be able to do that, even for Jack Nicholson, that was unlike anything he had ever done outside of maybe The Shining, and he didn't look like he was enjoying himself. He just looked like he was super touched. What's his name?
What was his name? It was Cy Borgman. That was his name. Why couldn't I remember that?
Cy Borgman. Oh my god.
Oh man, it was like
sounds like a character. Sounds like a character from the Venture Brothers or something. Like Cy Borgman. Wow.
I don't know why I couldn't remember that. It was like the most generic ass random name generator name that you could give a character, and I couldn't even remember that. Oh man, I'll kick myself later for that.
Somebody's car is going off.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Neighbor's car.
No, you're good.
Is he secretly Batman? Is that the one that got in the fight with Strident? He's out there beating up people's cars.
I know, right?
Oh man.
No, but yeah, the Kill the Justice League thing. I number one, I wanted gameplay. I almost wish they didn't show the trailer because the game isn't due out until what they say 2022.
Yeah, it's like 2 years.
So I'm like, what are you even showing a trailer for? We need gameplay.
It's like this was one of the things that I think they said they were working on for like a couple of years now, and you guys don't have gameplay for that. Like, did it take you that many years to just make the trailer?
Well, one of the teams apparently, because there is a team that does cinematics, and then there's a team that would do, the action elements, and then the background elements and stuff like that. But yeah, I would have rather they wait and show us what the game is actually going to be like. Besides doing that generic thing where they show us the the trailer, and the trailer is supposed to kind of set the tone, but not necessarily show you how the game plays. Like, I know it's Rocksteady, so it's going to be somewhat like what you see in the trailer. They always manage to do a good job balancing that out. But I'm an advocate for more gameplay, less of the cinematics when you're trying to sell the game. Let me see the cinematics while I'm playing the game.
Yep.
But no, it looked cool. Everybody felt correct. I like that King Shark had a personality instead of that bullshit they did in the super edgelord Justice League Dark movie.
Or the what's it called? The assault on Arkham.
No. King Shark is a shark. You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
I realize
I hate it.
that they're doing this thing now that the big bruiser is the intellectual one,
Yeah,
and it reminds me of Drax in Guardians of the
yeah,
Galaxy.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's an annoying little thing. I mean, it works in certain situations,
yeah,
but
it does.
it's not really that. I don't know. I don't like it. Maybe it's because I think in the James Gunn version, he's going to be intellectual. He's going to be smart. So they're trying to do that because you could see they pull influence all over from what James Gunn's doing.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Because you could actually line up the characters to the
mhm.
Guardians of the Galaxy because this guy Deadshot,
Yeah,
watching it, it was like, okay, he reminds me of Rocket,
yeah, his
right?
attitude, yeah, somewhat,
This guy Boomerang,
yeah,
I like what they did with the boomerang, like it teleports him. I think that is a cool idea.
yeah,
Yeah, and he is more like Star Lord in his sort of sense, and Harley Quinn was like a Gamora / Nebula kind of thing. I don't know. I was just getting that vibe, guys.
yeah,
And they were ripping off Guardians of the Galaxy for these four.
yeah. Maybe in how they operate, not
Yeah,
necessarily personality, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, it was weird. I don't know. I mean, it looks like it'll be interesting. I'm just sick of Superman being used as the villain. Stop that shit.
Yeah, I didn't. That was one of the things that I didn't like with the Injustice thing. That
Yeah,
I mean, I get it. It's like they tried to do it where he had the Joker gas on him and he straight flew the person that he loved the most into the fucking solar system.
no, it's
Killed her.
just
I was like, what? Like
yeah, it's
that
just
doesn't seem
I
like a Superman thing he
yeah.
would do.
If anything, that would be the thing that would help him fight the whatever the chemical concoction is. It's the fact that he was hearing the voice of his loved ones. But yeah, I don't know. It's very uncharacteristic for you to make Superman a villain. It's almost like unpatriotic.
It's like
Superman is
it's
like,
kind of the same thing they tried to do with Captain America, where they made him as Captain
oh,
Hydra. I was
Captain
like,
Hydra, fuck that
that's not
shit.
Cap. Like
Yeah,
Cap is like as American as it gets.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it
Like
just he's a good guy. He's supposed to be the good guy. It's like if you're gonna teach your grandparents about these characters, Superman is where you start because he's the most wholesome good guy that you're gonna be able to get, and they've already tarnished the fuck out of him. Same thing with Cap. Cap is the character that if you say you were playing a game and Cap is a selectable character, he's your safest bet if you're teaching somebody who has no idea who the good guys are. You pick Cap, you show him like he's the best good guy.
yeah.
These are the other guys, that work with him, and they all have, varying degrees of, jacked up stories sometimes and heroic stories. But yeah, it seeing Superman as the villain again, I was like, oh, come on. Of course.
We couldn't get I thought they were gonna do a Superman game. I was like, you guys give us Superman as the villain again, but you couldn't give us a Superman game. It's like,
Yeah, I'm tired of that.
I'm waiting for a Superman game
Uh-huh.
instead of him being the villain in every game.
I think what was the last one? I think was like Superman 60.
I know, right?
Awful ass.
Horrible.
Awful ass.
No, it was the Superman Returns game was the last one.
Yeah.
And that was terrible. It had good ideas because I sure as hell tried my best to love that game because it let you do so many things that you could never do in a proper Superman game, and things looked good. It's just that the game didn't play very in a fun kind of way, man. But yeah, man, I kind of want to see what they do because Rocksteady makes pretty decent games. I shouldn't even say decent; they make really good games. I think when it came to the Arkham trilogy, they were spread a little too thin because there's things in Arkham Knight that you could tell someone else was like, you need to do this and you need to do this, and it didn't fit where the previous two games were going. And then, since they didn't make Arkham Origins had stuff in it that doesn't necessarily fit in the Arkham verse timeline wise. So I don't know. I think that's their one blemish, but I'm anxious somewhat to see what they do with the final game. But it didn't wow me as much as freaking Arkham Knights, because Arkham Knights was almost all gameplay, or they did a trailer and they had gameplay.
Well,
So
I
that
mean, they said part one. They said DC fandom part one. So, like, are they doing like a part 2 sometime. Maybe we'll get
I don't
gameplay then. Like,
Maybe. I
oh,
didn't look into it. I honestly wasn't even planning on checking it out until later. Zorpox was letting me know, and you actually were sending me stuff, so I was like, oh shit, let me take a look at this, because I was hanging out with my son while my youngest, because my oldest he's gone. He's in college. But yeah, I was chilling with him, and then I'm seeing these things come through, so I kept finding ways to go to the computer so I could check it out, or grab my phone so I could check it out. And yeah, I haven't done much research, so I don't know when part 2 is coming. I don't even know if that's what happened today. It could have.
so I'm kind of curious about the James Gunn Suicide Squad. It's just like some of the people they threw in here I've never heard of.
Yeah, they're deep cuts to like old comic book characters.
I know. I saw Polka Dot Man. I was like, oh man, that's a
Well, like if you
like
know
the
James Gunn, right?
yeah. He's gonna pick the most like outrageous.
Well,
Uh,
like people think this from watching Guardians of the Galaxy, but like if you know James Gunn, he's a freaking Trauma alumni. Like he used to make
Yeah.
toxic Avenger type stuff back in the day. So he's gonna use these characters in the worst way. A lot of those characters are probably there to get killed.
I know. I
In
saw
fucked up
that
ass
they put
ways.
I saw they put Michael Rooker in there. I was like, I don't even remember he was on the casting list, but
Yeah,
that's cool. They put him in there.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
and
Um,
amazing.
one
He's
of the
amazing.
things they put up in the trailers don't get attached, so you
Yeah,
should know.
yep.
although I'm curious what they'll do with Polka Dot Man. Like,
Oh, you know he's gonna die. Come on. You know he's gonna get murked. He'll be one to like, either speak out and say something he shouldn't and then get killed, or he's gonna get murdered by, somebody on the beginning of their mission.
Or we might get a M. Night Shyamalan plot twist, and he's
And he's
actually
the main.
in or something.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's you just looking at these characters, I was like, yeah, that's probably what they're doing. Because he also picked people who had powers. There's a lot of characters in there that actually have powers that could, in the right circumstances, legit be a threat to like higher level characters, So it made sense. And also it looks like they're doing what the Suicide Squad actually was created to do. They're like they're like Foxhound in Metal Gear, except they're comprised of convicts essentially. So they send them to do missions, obviously, that they don't give a shit if they survive it or not.
yep.
So like destabilizing different countries and taking out dictators and things like that. That's what Task Force X actually did. So when they said that shit where they put the team together to get Superman, if he happened to go rogue in the first one, I'm like, you have one person.
Yeah.
One person on your team could stand a chance against Superman. Everybody else, it's like, yeah. if he was going rogue, your whole team is gone, and one
Yep.
person will be able to take maybe one or two blows, and they're gone too. But like,
Yeah, and
this
then they just had them chase after what's it called, Enchantress, and I was like, that's
Yeah.
fucking stupid. It's like you don't exist, movie. It's like you're Blade Trinity to me. You don't exist.
Yeah, I know. It's a movie that does not exist.
It's like whenever I see a Walmart or something in the bargain bin, I just bat my eye. I just turn my head. Just try to find another movie.
Yeah.
I think it's cool they put Idris Elba in here. He's it's a good choice.
I was for sure they was gonna make him Bronze Tiger.
That's what I thought too at one point.
Tiger,
But yeah, it looks good. It looks good. At least to me, it looks really good. I mean, like the fact that he's not doing a space opera with characters that like where I think Marvel kind of limited who we could use in Guardians of the Galaxy. And then the fact that the some of the characters that he used in Guardians of the Galaxy, they weren't necessarily their best selves. Because like Drax is a monster in the comics. Like, I don't mean a monster in a negative way. I mean like he's a beast in the comics. He was literally designed to be able to fight Thanos. And he's such a punk in the live action movies. He doesn't do anything. In all the movies, you just laugh at him. That's it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, someone didn't get the memo that he's Drax the Destroyer, as in created to destroy Thanos. This guy should be splitting mountains with punches and stuff. He shouldn't be the guy that you laugh at that because he's like a mildly autistic in his presentation. Because I think that's what they said. They based all of his like personality traits off of common autism traits,
What?
so they could put him in a positive light. I mean, I don't care. It's not bad. It takes all types to make a world. It's just the fact that you did that and then you weakened him. Like he could have those traits and still be designed to beat Thanos. You know what I mean? Or to stand up to Thanos. Like that would have been awesome. But now you gave him that and then you downplayed him too. It's like, come on, guys. Come on.
And as you rightfully said there, he's supposed to be splitting mountains. And in the comics, remember, he has the ability to track Thanos wherever he is.
Exactly. He can feel him wherever. And at one point in time, he was guarding an Infinity Gem, which is a whole nother story that I know they'll never do because it's been, I guess, retconned. But he used to be part of the Infinity Watch, and he had one of the gems. I can't remember which gem he had. I want to say Power.
That's the one you're talking about?
Huh?
He thought it was a jelly bean and he swallowed it.
Yeah. Yep. Which gem did he have? Did he have the Power gem?
I can't remember what gem, but I remember that story.
Yeah. Back in the day, yeah, he had a gem. I'm going to look it up, actually, instead of saying that.
I thought it was funny because I thought they put John Cena in this movie just as like to take the piss, but I guess they actually casted him as an actual
Peacemaker.
Yeah, because I'm not I don't really know too many DC characters, so you guys will have to school me on some of those characters. I know Javelin, but you see things like Peacemaker. I really don't know anything about him.
Yeah,
it was nice to see like John Cena in the movie too. So.
All I know of Peacemaker is I have one of the first books I ever read, like outside of the Untold Legend of Batman when I was a little kid, was Infinity Inc., which was like this. It's kind of like an offshoot of the JSA. So like Stripesy and all those characters, the Star Spangled Kid, Atom Smasher, a whole bunch of those characters. Actually, there was a character on that team called the Harlequin. This is well before Harley Quinn. Her powers were all different and everything. There was an ad for the book for Peacemaker in that book. So that's all I ever saw of him. So I've seen him. I've seen the character before, and I knew he was like DC was trying to do their version of like the Punisher type of dude, / Captain America. And that's it. That's all I got from the image, and from the little tagline and whatnot. But I never read the comics because I never saw him. And I don't think I ever saw him in any of the books that I was reading. So I think that's like a real like obscure, he could be more popular, but I think he's one of those obscure characters that they were going for. Because literally now they can do whatever they want because those characters didn't get popular on their own, in Suicide Squad. So that would be cool. The sky's the limit for what they're going to do with these guys.
But I think that might have been everything. Oh no, they showed the Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah.
Before we talked about that, I was going to ask about I don't know if y'all saw the trailer for the Black Adam.
The motion comic thing.
Yeah,
the motion
comic trailer.
Yeah, the motion.
That made me mad. I was like,
man, it's like all this fucking buildup, and that's what you give us. Motion comic.
I really wanted.
It's cool they put the Atom and they teased the Atom and
I
Hawkman
really,
in
as
it,
I was
but
telling
it's like really like no costumes, no nothing. Like, man.
As I was telling you, I want to see if Dwayne could pull it off. Right?
Yeah.
Shredden was very disappointed. He said, "Nah, I don't like that." He wanted to see the trailer, and I agree with him. Yeah, but it still had me excited to see what they will do.
Yeah. I mean that's the good part is that at least we know it's being made. It's not a rumor anymore. I mean, The Rock he's been tweeting about it, which is one of the things I hate. I'm like, stop telling us, just drop it on us like the old days,
Yeah.
But Yeah, the motion comic thing for me, I don't like that when they're if you're teasing a movie, show me movie footage. I don't want any of that other shit. I after the Matrix did that with like this cross platform marketing where you had to, parts of the story finish in this game and then there's comics that finish the actual story that leads into the movie and you got to do this and you got to read this particular thing and this is all canon and blah. I'm not doing all that. I want to watch the movie. Let me see the movie. Tell me the story in the movie. Give me a trailer. Give me a teaser if you're going to do that. But don't give me no motion comic I already know what Black Adam's plot is. I mean, I know most people don't. So at this point, they could have shown one of the existing comics that don't have the Rock's likeness in it. You know what I'm saying?
What's it called?
That's what killed me was them using the Rock's image. That famous shot of Black Adam sitting on the throne, but it's the Rock. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like what?
I was like, what?
Like I
get it.
I get, The Rock is like the biggest, person in Hollywood right now, but it's like he doesn't really fit Black Adam's like.
Well, he fits the look. He doesn't fit the
actual character.
Like, yeah, he may not, but this is where he's become a better actor over the last, I don't know, 5-6 years or so, maybe 10 years. Since Scorpion King, he's leaps and bounds better than he was back then. So he could probably pull it off. I mean, it's DC, so they may have people actually like, look, this is what you have to do. As opposed to like, hey, it's The Rock. We pay him all this money and just let him play himself.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe
that's my biggest fear. I hope he doesn't play The Rock as Black Adam. It's him playing Black Adam.
Like Black Adam. Because I mean DC's struggling right now. They need an ace in the hole badly. So yeah, hopefully they explain this to The Rock. It's like you need to play this character because we are struggling.
Yeah, but you know what?
I get we threw a number at you, but you need to understand we are struggling here.
And that's the thing, you being an actor and you're getting cast for the role, you should be passionate enough to do your best in that role.
Exactly.
Nobody shouldn't have to tell you know what, we're struggling and we really need it to do this for us, please. You should start reading comics, you should start watching cartoons to get an idea of how this character will, carry about himself in the movie.
It's like whenever you take on a role of, something that...
Bryan Singer. He didn't want
characters
to read any of the comics. So how are you supposed to get the soul of the character if it... And we had decades of X-Men comics. I mean, when I heard that, I was like, nah, they can't be serious. But then, I kept myself on saying, what? Look at the movie.
I know exactly.
I'd rather not look at the movie, thank you.
I know. God, these movies were terrible. And it's weird because you have people who are arguing that those movies are good. I remember IGN said that X-Men 2 is the best superhero movie of all time. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's like...
in a world where Blade 2 exists, how did you jump over and say X-Men 2 is the best super or Spider-Man 2 is not? Are you kidding me?
It's like that running joke. IGN gave it a 10 out of 10. Yeah. Get out of here, man.
Yeah, I was so angry. I was like, what? And this was a poll. It was like they had a poll where they had a couple things where fans and readers could choose. And the audience's choice was X-Men 2. And I'm like, what? And this wasn't like at the time. This was like during the early part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So we had other superhero films that did it much better, and they still went with that film. And I'm like, no, if you've been reading X-Men for any amount of time, those movies are devoid of everything that is X-Men. They literally shit on their own source material. Like, that's not X-Men. I don't know. Like, I hate Bryan Singer's X-Men, Fox's X-Men with a passion. I actually was really happy at The Last Stand. Not that it was a great movie or anything, but it didn't shy away from all the things that were X-Men. Like, if you think X-Men, at least the 90s X-Men, this was the formula. You show the school, they're watching TV and something fucked up happens. Then they have to be mobilized and go and deal with what happens. In dealing with what they, the first response to whatever's happening, they get their asses kicked and something's revealed that's kind of messed up, and it ties the some character, one member of the school, two members of the school to whatever's going on. People make choices. They got to gear up for round two. Round two, they destroy everything in the process of resolving whatever it is. They arrive in the Blackbird, so it's awesome to see them gear up, get Blackbird. They get there. Big brawl that destroys everything. They look cool at the end of the fight because it's rubble and they survived. Go back to the school. We all survived. It's another day. That's literally one of the best stories for X-Men.
I have a question to ask you. If you guys were to start this X-Men these X-Men movies in this Marvel universe, which team would you start with?
90s team. Hands down, the 90s team. I would have references to... Huh?
Yeah, I would start with the Jim Lee 90s X-Men. That's my favorite version
I would,
of the
and
X-Men.
It's the most what's the word? Cohesive version. But what I would do is I would have all this, like when I do flashbacks, the flashbacks would be the John Byrne team from like the 80s, late 70s, early 80s. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The giant size X-Men.
That makes sense.
Because that way you're not crapping on anybody. You're giving everybody their props, And then when you refer to like certain characters, because Iceman, Cyclops, Beast, Jean Grey, and Angel were the original first class. So when you talk about them having been with Professor X the longest, you can make those references without actually saying, back in 1970, like, nah, they don't even have to be that old. You can just make references to them having been the first students that he brought in. But yeah, the 90s team all the way. It would be cool if they just had them exist in the Marvel universe, and Professor X was so good, his plan was so good that they're so secretive that even SHIELD didn't know these guys were operating. That would be freaking phenomenal. Like, come up with cool stealth things to allow them to deal with mutant situations or anti-mutant situations and just fade out so that people they've heard of them, but they've never been able to find this team.
And seeing how powerful Xavier is, he could just wipe out everybody's memory just like that.
Exactly.
You could use that.
Exactly.
I'll always say the X-Men team, I hope they bring it across real good, especially the fight team. The fight sequences. It has to be epic because this is a team that fights giant robots. So you can imagine how good it's supposed to be.
Exactly. And that's not even it. I mean, they fight giant robots. They're fighting things from the future. They're fighting aliens. They're fighting, all different forms of mutations. So yeah, they need to be on a different level. Like, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'm anxious to see that.
My squad is always the what we call the Outback Squad.
The Outback Squad.
During that time, they had a mystic spell put on them where they couldn't be photographed. If they could like integrate that into like what you're saying, something like they can never be photographed, or something that's been hiding them so long that not even SHIELD knew about them. That would be, like you said, that'd be cool. That's what I was thinking about when you said that. That's what when I started. That's why that's kind of my favorite, still my favorite team. So.
Yeah, they were cool back then. Mark Silvestri was drawing them. Yeah, I used to love those books. Yeah, that was a cool team. I think we wouldn't see anything with that until they've established the other team. But yeah, that was dope when they used to have Gateway teleporting them everywhere and stuff. And they were in Australia fighting the Reavers and stuff. Yeah, they were dope. I remember those days, man. I still have a couple of those books. One of my favorite Jim Lee covers is from that era. That was when Psylocke first became like the Psylocke that we know, the Quanon version or whatever. And she was wearing that cool shiny ass costume, and she was like, she had Wolverine in kind of like a headlock, kind of, and she had that knife. The instead of having the psychic knife, she had the blade on her armor, and then she would infuse it with her powers and stab people with that. She was a beast, man. I mean, she beat the shit out of Wolverine in that fight. And it's funny because, the Wolverine that today's fans know seems to win all the time, even though he takes a whole bunch of lumps.
I used to tell people Cyclops used to beat Wolverine all the time.
Yeah, I'm like, the whole point of Wolverine was that he could talk shit, get his ass whooped, and just keep getting up.
I remember a comic, I think they were fighting Proteus.
Uh-huh.
And Cyclops took down the whole team.
Yeah.
Right? And yet they have Cyclops like a pissant. Right?
Yeah, all because they're in love with freaking Hugh Jackman. I'm like, yeah, I get it. You love your leading man. That's fine. But you don't have to downplay everybody else because you got this. It's like what they did in the MCU with Iron Man. Iron Man was like D-list for most of his life. D-list.
Wow, you
and I say D-list because I was an Iron Man fan back in the day, and I remember his books not being at the top. So like most of the time, I had to wait longer for my comic book store to get those books because they didn't buy them because they didn't sell. He wasn't like, I'm talking back in the Armor Wars days when he would always be teaming up with Black Widow and stuff and the other Spider-Woman and Force Works and all that shit. Like Iron Man did not sell back in the day. And all of a sudden now, because of Robert Downey Jr., he's up at the top with the MCU. And it's like, wait, what you did in the MCU doesn't even reflect who he actually is. Like making him do stuff that Reed Richards would do. It's strange to me that that's the way that they went, making Spider-Man idolize Iron Man and not Cap.
Yeah.
And all those weird
things. That was the one thing that really had me like, no.
Don't get me started on Spider-Man. I hate this Spider-Boy.
Not my Spider-Man.
No, not my Spider-Man. I can't stand this little boy who gets everything. I'm like, nah. Peter Parker struggles. Even with the powers and the intelligence that he has just naturally, he's supposed to struggle. If anyone has it hard, it's this guy. And they made him have it kind of, it's like some of the situations are kind of difficult, but then when you think about it, like you got a program that could wipe your information. It could literally redo that broadcast with J. Jonah Jameson. They could resolve that first 5 minutes of the movie, and it's done.
It was like when I saw the what's it called, the part in Into the Spider-Verse where it covers like the Spider-Man that we know, where he's like, MJ died, MJ's divorcing him, his life is
exactly.
And he's just like, I get up like a champ, and he's just sitting there in the shower crying.
That's Spider-Man, not this kid that just has everything. And then what even makes me angrier about the Tom Holland Spider-Man is this is how it shows the fan base not actually, they like what they're seeing, but they're not vested in what they're supposedly a fan of. There's all these elements of Tom Holland's version of Spider-Man that were ripped right out of Miles Morales' world in Ultimate Spider-Man. And they just rewrote it so it'd be different for this story so they could differentiate it from the Sony stuff.
Yep,
but it's
like you try to explain this stuff to people and they're just like, no, that's not true. I'm like, yes, it is. Like, read the comics. Like, do your research.
And it's not because you get called things like a purist and a this and a that. And it's like, that's not the point. The point is, like, if you're interested in this character, there are better stories that don't have all this mixing and matching. And if you read them, you're going to be like, wow. It's like when I had a lot of friends who didn't know anything about Transformers. And then I told them what the actual Transformers plot is. It's essentially militia versus like you're actually like killers, military, assassins, like people who can fight for a living and kill for a living. It's a civil war. And this is the regular working class versus the army, the military, and everything. And that's what you got. That's why if you look at the Decepticons, they all turn into weapons of war, and all the Autobots turn into fucking like vehicles that you just do labor with or regular shit with. And they were like, wow, I never knew that. And I'm like, you wouldn't know that from the movies because they all turn into Pimp My Ride and shit. And everybody, they just mixed them all up because they had all these licensing deals with different manufacturers. But like, there's a real deep, like, how is it that the toy line has a deeper plot than a film that cost millions of dollars and made billions? That doesn't make any sense. The toy line didn't make that much money. And on the back of the box for these figures, for kids that probably can't read yet, they wrote more sensible stories than what the $1 million film does, you know? And I showed them this and they were like, wow. Like, they couldn't believe it. They were like, why are these movies so stupid? And I'm like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's hard to watch this stuff and just be like, yeah, this was awesome, when you know that it's been done better already. You know what I mean? Like, the Bible for this, whatever, you know, you could call it, that's what we call them when you're designing stuff and writing your characters and all that. You call it a Bible. All the pieces are already there, and you get these idiots who didn't read it redesigning and rewriting the story to make less sense. And it's like, what? And then you watch Bumblebee, and Travis Knight and his team said, no, we're going to just go back to, I actually grew up on this stuff. This is what really happens. And 5 minutes of that movie made all of us turn into little kids again and just be like, wow, they're on the screen fighting on Cybertron in a civil war with recognizable bots, you know, on both sides with the voices and everything. We're like, why didn't they do this 6 movies ago? You spent all that money and
it's because Michael Bay and Pimp My Ride.
It's weird. It's like you're trying to sell something from one audience to a whole different audience that doesn't give a shit. Like, the jocks don't give a shit about Transformers. They're too busy being jocks. Like, stop trying to sell Transformers to them. Same thing with, like, you know, the Marvel stuff. Like, the people reading, you know, Spider-Man, we grew up reading Spider-Man and we could relate to his life because, you know, as we grew up, things he was going through when we first started reading it, now it makes sense because now we're in college, or now we're adults with jobs. Now we're in relationships that are, you know, they require a lot of time, and your job takes away from that, you know, the time for your relationship. So you get why Spidey always felt like he's being pulled in multiple directions and could never actually do all the things. Like, you get it as you get older, as you grow with the characters, but they're obsessed with selling things to kids that don't understand what's being sold outside of the, you know, it's got bright colors and, you know, fancy music and stuff like that. It's just weird, man. It's I know it's marketing, so I'm kind of preaching to the choir because you guys all know this too, but it's just weird, you know, when you see it and you're just like, wow, really?
I know that's what made Spider-Man 2 so good. It was like, it was the most relatable. I think it was like the most Spider-Man we've seen of Spider-Man. Because like, yeah, he's struggling with MJ, he's failing his classes, he's, you know, he's losing his jobs, Aunt May's losing her house.
His powers were going out. His freaking powers were going out. Like,
it's like all of this shit is hitting him like a freight train so fast that he's trying to figure out how to fix all of this.
Yep.
It's just like, that's Spider-Man. Yeah, you can say whatever about Tobey Maguire and his weird facial expressions, but like, that is
Spider-Man's not supposed to be like the coolest dude, which was part of the problem with how they made Andrew Garfield act. Even though I feel of all of them, he fit the bill. I just need him to do the Peter Parker stuff. Needed to be more Peter Parker, not this modernized kind of cool but nerdy dude. Like,
emo.
He looks like Spider-Man. Like, he
had the build. Like,
his
kind of
face, his hair, everything looked like what I imagine Spider-Man.
I know. And then it was like, you had a good cast for Spider-Man, but you didn't have, you know, the writers doing.
Yeah, they didn't have the character.
It was just like,
And like, for the scene with when Flash Thompson was beating him up, I didn't believe that.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it.
Yeah, it didn't look like he would take that, you know?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. It's real strange. But yeah, that's my gripe. DC's doing similar stuff too, where the choices that they've been making up to this point, it's just like, stop making these weird choices and just make the.
I think the best example of what you're saying is Birds of Prey. Oh, that shit was so hard to watch.
Yeah.
Oh,
and it made a ton of money
so
because the Hot Topic crew was like, "Yo, another Harley Quinn thing, so let me go spend money on it," and and it was garbage. You just see those fight scenes. Like, look, I grew up on Hong Kong cinema, and most of those Hong Kong stunt people, most of today's stunt people grew up on Hong Kong cinema, meaning action movies from Hong Kong. So like that shit was unacceptable. There was parts where like the stuntman is flipping like somebody uppercutted him with their whole body. And when you see Rosie Perez's terrible punches, you're like, there's no way she's hitting that person that hard that they did a backflip. Like she has superpowers or something. It was just fucking terrible.
Yeah,
the staging
it's because what's it called? The fight coordinator they had was so bad that they had to bring in the person from John Wick to do the
try to
fights.
do it. Yeah, Chad Stileski, and he was trying to do it, trying to do some justice, and there were okay parts, but overall like it didn't fit and it didn't look convincing. And it's like, since when do these tiny little 95-pound girls hit people that hard? The only person who should be hitting people that hard should be Black Canary.
Yeah.
And she wasn't even like, she wasn't bad, but she wasn't Jet Li. She needs to look like Jet Li when she's hitting people.
She needs to be doing the
like straight up kung fu, like the most intricate martial arts stuff needs to be coming from her. Next in line would be Huntress. And we can't even talk about Huntress because I don't know what that
It was like they gave her that awful ass costume.
Is that a movie I should watch?
No,
don't watch it. Don't
watch it drunk and just drink. Take a shot every time something whack happens, and you'll be even drunker. Like not even halfway through the movie. It's bad. It's really bad.
It's bad.
It's really bad.
Don't watch it, Zorpox. Trust me, don't. Don't watch it.
It's real bad. I couldn't believe it when I read that it made. I think it made a couple $100 million. So they're gonna do a sequel. I was like, how?
No, don't.
How are you guys do it? Well, if they make a sequel, give it to someone else, not the original director.
I know it was like when you wait all the way till the end of the movie to give Huntress like a better costume. Like what? What is this? It was still bad.
I don't know.
It's whack.
I'm just hoping that these new slew of films they look like they're going to be done better because they want to avoid losing more money. DC, a whole chunk of DC shut down. Editorial's gone. They're not printing their own books anymore. Yep. DC Collectibles is gone. Like, what the fuck? This is DC Comics. You know what I mean? They've been around. They're part of the reason why we have comics. They've been around before Marvel, like by decades. How do you let an institution like that go through this? It's the way they keep on fucking up with the choices they're making. And it's strange because like they can't seem to get out of it, and their idea of getting out of it is more Batman. AT&T owns Batman now.
Yeah.
So it's like Batman has been an enterprise onto himself for a long time. Batman's worth more than DC Comics is. Like, it's strange because of the way they sell the rights to all these characters instead of keeping it in-house so that you can, cultivate your stable. But another problem is DC does not cultivate their stable of characters. They put everything on Batman. Batman has all the team-ups. Batman has all the merch. Batman has all the movies. It's like, how many other characters you could do a 3-movie deal with just Blue Beetle. Start out with Dan Garrett in the 50s or 60s if you want, and it could be a pulpy sci-fi detective story. Then do the 80s 90s with Ted Kord, and then do a modern one with Jaime Reyes with the alien scarab. That'd be the connecting piece throughout the whole thing, and you could have a dope little series. They're not doing it. They're probably going to do a TV show again because they don't think he would sell as a film, and it's like, these things write themselves. They're all right there. Do it.
Yep.
Actual Birds of Prey. Do it. You don't have to rewrite it.
All you need is a very good trailer, and people are going to see that.
Yeah, I mean, if they announced that they were going to do a martial arts epic with Birds of Prey, with the whole situation with Shiva and the actual Cassandra Cain and the black canary turning into the white canary and the this and the that and
I
having
know.
all
I
the
was like, what is this? This is not Cassandra Cain. Like
yeah, I'm
Cassandra
like
Cain ain't
she
no
can't
thug
talk.
out here pickpocketing people
But she's not that kind of thug.
like
She's
it's the
definitely not that kind of thug.
1820s and shit. Like,
Like
like
Oliver
man,
Twist or some shit. Yeah,
I know it's like people acting like you don't feel something in your pocket. Like, man, she was doing that in the wrong area of town. She would have got shot or something. Like, like that's the truth. Like, ain't nobody gonna take that shit. They stab you or something.
yeah. It was
Or,
whack. It was whack through and
man.
through. Just oof. Yeah,
Yeah,
avoid.
and it's like she eats the diamond, and then you gotta wait till the end of the movie for her to shit it out. Like, what? Oh my god. It's so
Uh,
bad. It's like,
yeah,
these people the fuck out of DC. Get us some good
yeah,
people. I need
yeah.
no girl shitting out a diamond. I need to watch 2 hours of this, and that's the way it ends. Like, oh
Uh,
my god. Just,
yeah.
oh.
It was
But
terrible.
but Lisa Wonder Woman looks good. Cheetah looks really good too. I like the way they
I was
I,
surprised, man. I shouldn't
I
have been.
oh, go ahead, Trident.
No, no, I was saying I was surprised at what Cheetah looked like, but thinking about it, I shouldn't have been because everything that was done in the first Wonder Woman was done well. So I don't see why it would be bad here.
I still want to see a little bit. Well, yeah, they said this was the last trailer, so hopefully in the movie it's they get all the CGI work done, so I can see it because I still want to see a little bit more in motion of her in full cheetah mode. But yeah, I was really digging. I dig the progress that they're showing. That it's not going to just be cheetah out the box. They're showing the progress. So
Yeah,
we're turning into cheetah. So that's cool.
yeah, it looks good, man. The cast is good. I mean, it's just weird. There's certain teams that once you see them do what they do, you don't really need to worry. You know what I mean? Like Patty Jenkins understands Wonder Woman, and she gets all the pieces that make her work. Nothing she lets Gal Gadot do is out of character. She keeps her like on point. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the way it should be. If you're a good
And even
director, and
the score is really done like really good too. Because when it gets
oh
to
yeah,
that trench scene, that's always my favorite part. When it gets to
yeah,
that trench
yeah. The
scene,
first
it's like,
movie was
oh
phenomenal. People don't give it enough props because it's Wonder Woman, but it was phenomenal. Like I know people have whatever issues they have with Wonder Woman being, as badass as she is, but that's the character. She's a beast.
Yeah.
I don't. There's nothing political about it. Wonder Woman is a beast. That's just the way it is. She's one of the most powerful members of the Justice League. It doesn't matter that she's a woman. You don't have to, be ashamed if you're a dude and you like Wonder Woman and you want to be as tough as she is. It doesn't matter. She is an expert fighter, probably the best close quarters combatant of all time because she's like how many thousand years old? Like, you know what I mean?
yep.
Like, who's gonna come up to her and beat her ass in a hand-to-hand combat fight? Definitely not Batman. So, like,
No.
so like, seeing her fight the way she fight, they got the fighting style down with all the
Yeah,
spins
like
and the
towards the end
thrust
when
and stuff.
Cheetah runs out her and she like grabs her and does that flip, I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah, like
that's Wonder Woman.
you buy it.
That's
You
how you
understand
do it.
why she can do what she does because she's been trained so well for so long before she ever even got into combat with like actual enemies. So like, yeah, they got it down packed. Like there's nothing else to really wonder. It's just like, will the story
Yeah.
fit all of the other stuff? You know what I mean? And I kind of don't even really. I'm not even doubting the story. It'll at least be entertaining at the very least.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't tell too much, and that's what's been a problem though. They've been releasing too many trailers, and I'm glad that this is only
Yeah.
2 trailers, so we don't need no more trailers. And they didn't tell much, but they showed what's going on for the most part in the movie, but they didn't tell a whole lot.
I know
So
this is the thing that I think these people that are working on the trailers forget. It's supposed to be a show. Don't tell type of thing. Like, show us what we're gonna expect in the movie, but don't tell us what's gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, it's marketing these days. They over market everything.
Yep.
Music. They over market the music. They over market movies like a mother. I mean, how do you have a teaser for the teaser of a trailer? Like that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Like it's a trailer. It's supposed to get you hyped for a forthcoming movie. You don't need to do a trailer for a teaser for stop. But they overdo it because there's social media, and it seems like that the whole idea is compromised once you add social media into the mix, because now nothing surprises us. It's like you've spoiled your audience because everything, like they're constantly giving you updates to every single new property, every single new film. I mean, I'm glad Marvel's been really slow about phase, what is it, 4?
Yeah, because they're doing the New Mutants stuff. I've been seeing that trailer pop up here and
No,
there.
not New Mutants. That's Fox.
Oh,
that's the end of Fox. I'm talking about like phase 4 as in Eternals and X-Men that's coming out eventually. The new what's up? Shang-Chi, yeah, Shang-Chi, the new Doctor Strange, you know, all the stuff on Disney Plus. Like they haven't really been releasing anything. They're letting you know it's coming. And they had that one teaser that they've chopped up a bunch of different ways, but they're not showing you a ton of new stuff so that when it drops, you will genuinely be either amazed or appalled at what you see, because you know what I mean? Like they know how to play it close to the chest so that you're not just beat over the head with new stuff, but everybody else, it's like
unlike what Sony did with Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh my god.
Guys, when we we watch all the trailers because we were excited, me and my friends.
Yeah, same
here. In the cinema to watch this movie, all the good action scenes were already seen in the trailer.
All right. And don't get me wrong, it did have the movie had great action. That's a movie that gets a bad rap for a couple things, but a lot of it, you know, was well done. But
I always thought it was stupid that it was like he injected spider venom or the spider serum into him and he became the Green Goblin. Like what?
No, it wasn't. It was a different serum. But yeah, you're right. It was having everything come from Oscorp is dumb. It's dumb. It's that bad storytelling that like mid 2000s. That's how everything was. There was no destiny. Everything came from like one source.
I know, in the subway, the hidden.
That was terrible. God, that was terrible. But yeah, man, like I watched that movie and I'm like, man, the directing is solid. The chemistry between the leads is amazing because they were actually dating at the time, so that helped. The effects and the suit was perfect. Like there's things he does in that movie that I can see on a comic book page. Like there's a shot when he's fighting Electro at the end where he's swinging. It's like a long shot. He's swinging off of those weird pole things, and then Electro kind of like teleports and then appears real close to him and explodes kind of, and he flips out of the way at like just like 5 seconds before the explosion, and he's like just out of reach of the debris, and he's flipping like sideways, like the camera is looking kind of up at him as he's doing what he's doing. And I mean, I can see Mark Bagley's artwork. You know how he would always do like after images of Spider-Man going from one part of the screen, the page, to the next part of the page, and then the actual like the moment that we're actually focused on, Spider-Man would have all the detail, but the other ones would be kind of like ghosted out.
It would be a kind of a lighter red and blue. I know what you're talking about.
That's exactly what it felt like, except you know you were watching it in real time. Like Mark Webb understood Spider-Man, and they shat on him because the writers put too many elements in his movie. And it's like you guys don't know that the studio interfered. I mean, that's why we got that shit Justice League movie, because the studio was like, nah, take this out, take this. That's too hardcore. Take this out, put this in. And it's like, what? Jokes. We want more jokes.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. I don't know.
Hey, I have to ask you something. With that Justice League movie, would you guys blame Joss Whedon for that? Or would you blame
he didn't write it? He didn't write it, but he probably had writers. Yeah, the writers. It's all the writers, man. David Goyer is a terrible writer. When he has a good, like, I knew Goyer was bad, but it was confirmed when Guillermo del Toro on the commentary for Blade 2 said that there were too many problems with the script. So he had to pull out all of these things that David Goyer came up with, and he called it sperm removal. Just think about how hard it is to remove sperm. So you gave birth to a thing, and now you need to remove the sperm. What? So literally, he's telling you they made the movie, they followed his script, but he kept saying, "Let's do this. We got to do this. We got to do this." And then, like, proof that he had a ton of bad ideas is that when they let David Goyer direct and write Blade 3, everything that Guillermo del Toro said no to is the plot of Blade 3. So people dressing up as vampires and Blade not being able to figure out from the way they look, the way they move, and the way they smell, like he said in the very first movie.
Mm-hmm.
He put that back in the movie, and Blade couldn't tell that a guy with fake teeth was not a vampire just from looking at him. I'm like, wait up. So this is moment one. That's the intro of the movie. You failed. You already failed. And this is a character that you helped design the modern version of. Goyer is pretty terrible with a lot of things. I think he's a good idea person, but he's not a good writer when it comes to like flushing out your full story. Because man, like in Blade 2, Scud says, I came up with these new gadgets for you. It uses a compound called EDTA. And Blade's like, nice. Okay, EDTA is what he used to kill the blood god in the first movie. Why didn't he say, I use this?
Yeah, that's what he used to kill Frost in the first movie.
It could have been like, cool, you know what I mean? I used this before. Or why did they introduce it to us as if us, the audience, wouldn't know what EDTA is after seeing the first movie? That's David Goyer for you, reintroducing shit to you as if you have no idea what it is, and making the character who utilized it previously not know what it is when it's reintroduced. It's like, what? Are we asleep? You think your audience is asleep? I don't know. That kind of shit makes me angry because I like, as an audience member, I'm paying attention. I want you to, essentially, I paid money for you to read me a story, and I'm involved and invested in the story that you're reading to me, well, presenting to me on screen. Don't act like I don't know what, like, some of the terms or the things that you're like, I wasn't paying attention, especially if it's a sequel. That's bullshit, man. Like, that's not, no. That's just not how you do things. But yeah, man, Goyer is just oof.
He's good with just starting off things, like you said, ideals. Like like his ideal for, I think, Man of Steel was how we would react if alien was among us today. How would people today act?
Yeah,
Superman landed today, but
yeah.
then put too much all this other stuff in it, making Superman mope around and all this is like, what if they just stuck to that kind of that plot point right there? I think that was what kind of intrigued me about the movie when I heard that. But it's like all the other stuff could have been left out. It's like, yeah. The depressing stuff needed to go because the idea was make a Superman movie that's more of a sci-fi film and less of a like Americana type thing, like the originals. The originals, it was just like, this is a superhero showing up in America and everybody loves him immediately, you know? And it was like, it wasn't that difficult. There were difficulties, but he didn't go through that much to get to the point where we recognize him as Superman. This is saying like, no, him getting to be Superman was difficult. Let's show you all the difficulties. And I get that, but he still should have been that super good, like the best guy, essentially, because his parents taught him to be the best guy. That's why I loved, you guys saw Gods and Monsters, right? Yeah.
God,
no,
so
not yet.
check it out. Your girl Harley's in there. I love how they handled her, but I'm not going to tell you. You just need
Yeah, she had the dead people all set up.
Yeah,
shit. I was like,
it's
wow.
hilarious. But like Superman being raised, crashing near the border of Mexico and the United States, being found by immigrants trying to cross the wall, dodging, the border patrol, and having a completely different idea of America. That made me so happy. I was like, a Superman who's like, fuck you and your American dream. I'll show up when I feel it's necessary. I'm not your lapdog. That makes me happy. Not that the other one is a lapdog, but that's how a lot of people think Superman is. And that's somewhat how like the old stories used to present him. You know, the president calls and Superman shows up because, you know, truth, justice, in the American way. And I think that's the part that a lot of people, that's what they remember. And that's why a lot of people act like Superman is so lame and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that hasn't been his image for like 30 years, maybe more. You know, that's the original one. But yeah, Gods and Monsters, man, they did such a good job with that characterization. And I don't think a lot of people saw that movie, because it doesn't really get brought up very much in discussion when they start talking about the different characters. It's weird. It's really good. Really good.
Speaking of Blade, I don't know if you had talked about it on one of your podcasts, STRYDENT, but your thoughts on what's his name being cast as Blade. I don't know if you had talked about that.
Oh, Mahershala Ali. Yeah, we talked about it. I don't mind. He's a great actor. I don't know that he can fight. I mean, maybe he's being trained to fight. And I hope that they cast Wesley Snipes as Jamal Al-Fari, who's the guy who trained Blade in the comics, because Whistler was created for the movies, and then later on they put him back into the comics. Whereas in the actual comics, there was this jazz musician that was actually a vampire hunter and carried around his gear and his case, his guitar case. He trains Blade, and I would love for them to do that with Wesley. Like, give him something, because it's kind of fucked up that he's still capable. He looks the same as he did when he last played Blade in the early 2000s. And they were like, yeah, we're going to cast someone else who's just a little bit younger than you are. And it's like, what? Really? Because he said he didn't even know. They talked to him, and then they cast somebody else, which is like, wait, what? Wesley brings a lot. I can't picture anyone else. At least Mahershala Ali looks kind of like Wesley. Similar facial structure and everything. And they could get him to, bulk up and feel the part. But, I got to see how they do it. Mahershala Ali is a good actor. He's a real good actor. And they haven't really used him like in any action properties. They haven't really used him, to the best of his ability. Like, I forgot he was in Predators. And because he just felt like that was the dude. He played the African, he wasn't a freedom fighter. He was like I guess technically a terrorist. I think that's what his specific role was, where he was pulled from. And yeah, his accent, everything was good. He kind of blends into the scenery with, whatever role you put him in. He was Cottonmouth in Luke Cage.
It's okay. You got Nick Cage on the ring. It's okay.
Well, Nick Cage named himself after Power Man because he's a huge Power Man fan. And he's also a huge Ghost Rider fan. He has a tattoo of him on his body, and I think he has like the first. He paid a fortune for like the first couple issues, like the original, pages and shit. Like, he's huge into comics, but yeah, Ali's a dude. He's a good actor, real good actor. And then he does a lot of dramatic work. He was the villain also in Alita: Battle Angel.
Yeah.
And then you've seen him all over the place. He's been winning awards left, right, and center. So at least you got someone with serious acting chops that can fake all the things he needs to fake. It's just now who you're going to get to do the action. If they get the John Wick team to do it, it's a wrap. Because they'll know what they're doing, I wish they would get Donnie Yen and his people to do it, so they really have the Blade feel, since he helped choreograph Blade 2. And I think Blade 2 is the best in the series, like as far as the fights go and stuff. But yeah, I like it. I like what I'm seeing. Honestly, if you're not going to get Wesley Snipes, at least you got somebody who can really act. And now we just got to see how they put all the other parts together. What do you think? Are you not feeling it?
Yeah. No, I was feeling. I was like you. I was like, who were they gonna get?
Yeah.
It's Wesley. It's like he put his. That is Blade. Like, when you think about Blade, it's Wesley. You couldn't think about Wesley. It's like, who could they get? And I was like, I had to think about it for like like a few minutes, and then I was like, okay, I can see him, but what are they gonna do? Who are they gonna get to train him, and what's gonna be going on with with mainly who are they gonna get to do the stunt work?
Yeah.
The key, they gotta get somebody good to do the stunt work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the benefit they have now is that a lot of the stunt people who they will get and the stunt teams and coordinators have either worked on the previous Blade films or were inspired by work done on the Blade films. Because something people don't know about those movies is that they created a style of action for the film that they never used anywhere else. Like if Wesley Snipes' action films typically had the same team of Chuck Jeffries and Jeff Ward as the stunt coordinators, almost everything he did up to Blade 2, that was that team. And that's why the martial arts, it was so different because it was specifically designed so that they could utilize Wesley's training. You had capoeira in there, you had Kempo, you had karate, you had some Shaolin style kung fu, you had, or wushu, I mean, and you had, other little things in there that silat. You had some silat in there, stuff that a lot of people don't use in martial arts choreography in the US. So they came up with that fighting style where when Blade was fighting certain people, because he's like fighting low level vampires, he's showing off because they're just not on his level. You know what I mean? Here's a vampire or a Dampier that trains. What? You're already a vampire. You're already stronger and faster than everything else. What the fuck? What do you need to train for? And he still trains. And then he's flossing on everybody. So you're getting to see attacks that you wouldn't normally see in a martial arts film pulled off by this guy who's like way above everybody else in his skill level and has powers similar to theirs. So like if the people they get now actually imitate that, and keep it going where they design a fight style, like really design a fighting style for Blade that doesn't fit what you see traditionally on film. No shaky cam, nothing. You lock down the camera and watch him do what he does. Let him go to work. Maybe then it'll be dope because we have different techniques now that could like really show off what he can do, shit that wasn't around 10 years ago or 15 years ago when they made the last movie. I think the last movie was, about 15 or a little bit less, maybe 13 years ago, something like that. What was that, 2008, 2009, something like that?
No, it was, I think it was 2007.
It might even have been before that, yeah.
Jeez, yeah. Shoot. Which commentary was it when he was it Blade 1 or Blade 2 where he was when he on the commentary Wesley was breaking down, like I think he was fighting I think it was part 2 when he's fighting Nomak and he was telling which style he was using, or I think
that was 2.
Okay.
Yeah, Blade Trinity was made in 2004.
Oh,
Jesus.
Jeez.
That's
like
16 years ago. Good Lord.
So 16 years ago.
Film has changed, special effects work has changed a lot in that time. I mean, think about it. There's people on YouTube who can do fight scenes as intricate as the ones that you've seen in that film.
That doesn't exist.
And yeah, that doesn't exist. Film, they've done fight scenes on par with Blade 2. So now you have a lot more people, a lot more exposure, a lot of people who have crazy kinds of skills that they could put to use for this kind of film. I think they could knock it out of the park if they do it right. I hope they do, because Blade's one of my favorite of all time, period. I used to read the books when I was a kid, all that Midnight Sun stuff. I had Night Stalkers back in the day. I always dug
how into it you were when you did the Mezco review. You were like real into it and you had your whole setup. It was cool.
I'm telling you, Blade is. I still got that Wesley Snipes figure from '98, from the first Blade figure. I mean, I had it in the review too. Like that, I don't know, Blade. I saw that movie so many times. I think the 2 movies I've seen the most when I first, because those both came out when I was in college. Blade came out my freshman year in college, and The Matrix came out my freshman year in college, and I think also Crouching Tiger. And those three movies, I saw those in the theater like 10, maybe more times each, because I was just like, martial arts stuff on screen, the big screen right now in cinema, and it's not Jackie Chan, so it's not goofy stuff. It's like hard hitting, actual, like, man, I was so geeked about it. And now martial arts cinema is not really a thing. Even in Asia, it's dying out. And so I'm hoping that they pull it off the right way. You only have a handful of people that actually make good martial arts films. So yeah, hopefully they'll do that, and they won't just make it a horror film and have Blade be one of the characters, you know?
Hey, speaking of the first Blade, do you remember, I think he did a special on TV. Wesley did a special with all these martial artists that he had brought, and I think they gave him an award.
Yeah, you talk about the Masters of the Martial Arts, yeah.
Yeah.
I might have it on tape somewhere.
Yeah, I remember that's when I had seen that show, and then I was like, what was going on? So I was just watching the show, and then it's like, then he was actually during the commercial breaks, he was dressed as Blade. I was like, what? Why is he?
Yeah.
Oh, because and then there's like, they're releasing the movie. I was like, they're releasing the movie of Blade? What? I didn't know that until I saw that show. So I was like, oh man. And I knew Wesley knew martial arts because of Passenger 57.
Oh, yeah.
Using the skills in there. I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, man. I just found it on YouTube. I'm gonna put it on the chat so you guys can take a look. But yeah, I know we got away from the the DC fandom stuff, but I don't know. Overall, it was okay. I mean, the thing that blew me away was the Arkham Knights. Everything else was just, and Suicide Squad looks good. Everything else was kind of like, okay, Batman looked like Batman. I mean, I think by now it's strange to me how hyped people get to see the same thing with a new coat of paint on it. Every couple years we get a new Batman. It's the same thing. They show you how dark it is, and then there's a money shot of him beating the shit out of somebody. Like, it's Batman. That's what he does, But Suicide Squad looked real different. And Arkham Knights, it's gameplay that we don't normally see. We don't see a lot of co-op stuff because everything is about buying your own PS, whatever, your own Xbox, whatever, and playing online.
Having to pay the whatever the network thing is, and
exactly
getting your internet and shit hooked up. I'm just like, I'm okay. I'll just play my single players.
Well, and like co-op used to be a cool thing. Like, I don't know why. I mean, I get it. They can make more money if everybody buys the system, but like, it's fun to actually team up with your friends.
Yeah, that's why I loved my PS2 when I still had it, because most of those games were co-op.
Yeah,
I
have a ton of.
Invite someone over, and you and your friend could just sit there play it on there. You didn't need no internet connection, no whatever PSN network, all this bullshit.
Yeah.
No, you just needed the controller and someone to play it with.
I mean, that's the way it was. I mean, in the arcade, that's how it was. You saw your favorite game, your 6-player X-Men, and then all of us jumped on. We had our character, and as a team, we kicked the game's ass. That's the way you do it. Ninja Turtles, all 4 of us playing together. We all had our turtle, and we kicked the game's ass together, And then, like, you got now Streets of Rage 4, and you can only play 2 players online. What the fuck? It's a 4 players. There's 4 characters. Why can't I pick 4? Why can't 4 of my friends, me and 3 of my friends, play together? Like, what? It's 2020. Like, we could do that shit back in 1993 in the arcade. Why can't I do that on my system? So, you know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing they've kind of trained people to accept, and it frustrates me because it's not the best way to do things, but still, the fact that it's co-op is a plus. It's cool that they did that. Hopefully, maybe by the time it comes out, maybe they will add the 4-player co-op to it, so online 4 people can play the same, one mission all together, so we can get the full experience. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't really play my PlayStation that much.
I don't. I
I
don't not
just do
anymore.
it on occasion because I don't want to like sit there overdo it and sit there and play for like I don't know hours on end. Be like my
Well,
eyes
to be
hurt.
honest, I play my PS2 and 3 more with my son than anything else because I've been teaching him how to play a lot of games, and if it's co-op, like we can play couch co-op, then my wife, him, and I will all play together, and my older son, when he's here, we'll all play together. Like we've played like a bunch of different Ninja Turtle games because I have like emulators and stuff. Where all four of us play together so that he can get the feel for it, and understand like how to play as a team as opposed to just figuring it out by yourself. Also, you can get that satisfaction of teaming up with seeing your characters team up, because like we play Ultimate Alliance and he loves Ninja Turtles, so we've played a bunch of the different Ninja Turtle games, and like Agent O and Clarion Prime will play with us, and so it'll be four of us, playing Ninja Turtles, and he'll be geeked about it because he gets to see all four turtles doing what they do, and he's controlling one. So it helps, and it feels like the designers only think about the 12 to 20 something crew. You know what I mean? And they don't think about like, what about smaller gamers that you're trying to kind of, I don't want to say indoctrinate, but
Well, like
introduce
introduced to the
them to how it works. It's strange, man. Gaming is weird. They've kind of turned me off. That's why I'm like, I'm not buying a PS5.
I
I
know
don't care how good
like
it looks.
it's like you have to either pre-order to get this thing or you have to get the DLC and pay extra for this. It's like just put all this shit in the game and then I'll give you
Gimmicks.
the 60. Like
Yeah, too many gimmicks.
why is it like 60 plus for the
Well, here's a
this
serious
is
question
stupid.
too, right? When was the last time a game that you wanted sold out? Like completely gone, done, sold out. You will never ever be able to get it. When was the last
I,
time that's happened in recent memory?
yeah,
It
I
doesn't
No,
happen.
think
No,
It
I
it
can't even
doesn't.
I can't even think of one.
no
It
such
doesn't.
thing. Not
There's
anymore.
no such thing. It doesn't happen. It used to happen back in the 90s. That's why they had pre-orders so that the store knew how many to buy. I remember I was working for Electronics Boutique. This is years before it became EB Games, years before it turned into GameStop. And I remember when Super Street Fighter 2 came out for the Genesis,
Mhm.
that sold out at Toys R Us because I remember a lot of places weren't selling it and there was a few that were. That sold out. I remember when Mortal Kombat sold out in the early 90s on the Genesis and the Super NES and whatnot. The Genesis version went like hotcakes because it had blood in it.
Yep.
This is how far back we're going
Yeah.
because it doesn't happen. But everything has some kind of pre-order something. What the fuck are you pre-ordering shit for if it doesn't sell out? The last
that's
modern
only
game that nearly sold out was Grand Theft Auto 4.
Hmm.
And it sold out for a week. And then the following week, we all got new shipment and it never sold out since.
yep.
So why are we pre-ordering anything?
Because it's not like it's a bigger game. Like I remember when Halo and Halo 2 came out, like that shit sold out fast
The
because
the
everyone wanted it.
Halo 2 Xbox pack. It was like an orange box and it came with the Master Chief helmet and that sold out. I remember that selling out and then we never got it back because it was a limited edition. But like nothing else really sells out yet.
Yeah, it's
People
like
pre-order
the
everything.
collector's editions and stuff like that. They don't sell out like they used to. So it's
Nah, they
like
don't. I
there's
remember.
no
And remember, Strident, we were talking about that the other day with the Street Fighter games, right?
Uh-huh.
It depends on how good you are, you will unlock a character.
Yeah.
And to be spending money for a different outfit, when I remember you said you had 6 buttons, you just
Mhm.
press a button and you get a different color, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know. It's like
Remember those days?
my friend had gotten Street Fighter 5 and I was like, what is this shit where you have to buy Blanca and you have to buy all these other characters? Like these are key characters for the game.
It's
Why are you
dumb.
putting them behind a paywall or something? Just, oh my god,
The
it's
paywall.
fucking
Yeah.
frustrating. It's like
Dumb.
this is one of the
Yeah.
things I liked
Gaming is
with
not what it used to be.
it's like one of the things I liked with the Spider-Man PS4 game. It was like you really didn't have to buy anything. You just had to
Yeah.
unlock the suits.
Yeah.
shows like
Yeah, 'cause it
that's
was a finished
how
game.
it should be.
Yep.
Because
Well,
I remember playing Street Fighter, and when just by mistake you press a different button and say, "Oh my gosh, Chung Li has a red outfit," and that was the costume there.
no,
You know, but
how about remember playing Alpha, the first Alpha, and then when you just goofing around on the controller when you hit random, I got Dan one day, and I was like, "What?
Yeah.
Who is this?" I was like, "Who is Dan?" The fuck, looking like Robert Garcia from Art of Fighting. I'm like, "Who is this guy?" And I was geeked because I'm like, "Oh, there's secret characters in here." I didn't know about this beforehand because word didn't travel as fast back in those days. So yeah, the nonsense that goes on today is just it's weird, man. It's just like, why are we? Why are I don't know. They've found a way to trick people into doing unnecessary shit, and it's not cool. And everything is too expensive these days. You know, you don't get what you paid for. If I pay $60 for a game, don't tell me I need to buy anything else for that game to complete it.
I think
There's games you can't get 100% on because you have to buy the DLC to complete 100% of the story.
I think this
That's
that
ridiculous.
right there is a good jumping point into this NECA store BS that they're they're doing now with the fucking
Boycott next.
2-pack.
That's all there is to it. Boycott those motherfuckers, man.
So someone had told me that they put the Casey Jones 2-pack up on here, and I was like, okay, so they have it for 50, and then I went into the checkout to see how much the shipping was. It was like $15, so it comes to like $64. I was like, there's no fucking way I'm paying that much for fucking Casey Jones. It's like, just wait a little bit and he'll probably come out with the unmasked head. It's like,
Yeah, but they're gonna find a way to package it so they can make you pay more, and it'll come with something you don't want, or they'll make it come with April because they were talking about doing an April O'Neil figure. So I don't know. I'm just sick of their gimmicks. Like single card every figure, story over. The only pack you need to have is 4 foot soldiers and the 4 turtles. That's it. Everything else needs to be a single carded figure. Stop with the 2-packs. Hasbro does that shit too, where they go 2 packs and they give you somebody that you already have, like they did with the Lightning collection. Remember, they have like Rita and Zed. I'm like, you already sold us Zed. Why are you doing this again? I get it. Some people missed out about when he first came out, but you can still buy Zed for $20.
yeah, on Amazon, you can literally get him prime shipped on Amazon right now for like less than that.
The other thing too, and I was talking to these guys about this all the time. Okay, so I am not in the US.
Mm-hmm.
Stop making these action figures what people want exclusives.
Exclusives, yeah.
Yep.
Don't have a Walmart.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to
Because of
put
this stupid ass exclusives, I couldn't even find any of the turtles. Allende helped me out with Leo and Donnie, but I never found Mikey or Raph. And then I went into Walmart one day after work, and that's when I told you guys that that lady had that Casey Jones 2-pack in her hand, and she was like, "Oh yeah, it's for my friend. He sells them on Macari." I was like, "Okay." I'm walking away. I was so pissed. I was like, man, I felt so defeated that day. I was like, man, I let a fucking scalper beat me. I was like, I felt so defeated. I was like, man.
So put everything on Amazon.
Yeah.
It's easily accessible.
Yeah.
Right? And you'll get it at a decent price. Store price, hopefully at times.
I agree. They shouldn't do that shit where they raise the price depending on the popularity of a thing. Because I saw that on Walmart.com one time when I was looking for the Magna Defender from the Lightning collection. I was like, why is he $50 on Walmart's website, but he's $20 in the store and the MSRP is $20? Why am I paying way more plus shipping if I buy it online from the same retail chain? Like, what happened to the retail price? Like, that's not a thing anymore. So now everybody's trying to get in on that eBay money. It's annoying. It's like, you know, like if you make a line, the whole line. This is why I refuse to buy Storm Collectibles figures, because
this is something you covered when we first sat down and talked with the Storm Collectible Street Fighter stuff.
Yeah, they're all different prices based on popularity. Like Ryu and Ken, 2 different prices, even though it's the same figure with swapped heads. and a different paint job. I'm like, really? Or like one color variant of Ryu is more expensive than another one. And it's like, it's the same character, same accessories, same articulation. It's just a different paint job. How are you going to sell them at a different price and sell one at like at a premium and one not? Same thing. You're literally ripping off your fan base, and you're undercutting yourself because you won't make the kind of money that you were expecting to make overall because you keep on changing the prices of these figures.
Yeah, because as you said earlier in the podcast, you make anything Ninja Turtles, you're printing money.
Yeah. Hand over fist. It's done. You're going to make a killing. Why would you not be prepared? And then they give us these weird excuses like we didn't know. What do you mean you didn't?
When all the cheap packs came out and no one could find them, NECA's excuse was
they didn't
what was it? Randy's excuse was, oh yeah, well I can't find this and this from other. I was like, I don't give a fuck about what you can't find. Like, we're talking about us. It's not about you. It's about us.
He's in the industry, so it's a lie, because in the industry you could just call up the company and they'd give it to you. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't listen to that nonsense. You know, having worked with some of these types of folks doing, you know, production for other things, I know they can get a hold of stuff through different channels from what we have access to. I had a friend who she worked in production for a bunch of like horror movies, and she met the voice actor that played Optimus Prime in the 2000 and, you know, Robots in Disguise in the early 2000s when he was a fire truck.
Yeah.
She met that dude, and he sent her, she said she liked Transformers, and he hooked her up with a box of Robots in Disguise figures. This was after the show was off the air. I want to say this was like maybe 10 years ago. The show had been off the air for over 10 years. And he was like, oh, here, and gave her a box, including that Prime. I have him. I got him back when the show was on, I think in Japan. I was super surprised to see it in the US because that's one of my favorite designs. The show was ass, but the design was cool. But she got him. She got like a ton of the other characters, like the rail team, which is the trains, the bullet trains, a bunch of characters that if you look them up right now, they're expensive on eBay. This dude was just sitting on boxes of this shit because he worked production for the show, and they got deals and were sent, you know, product because they were part of the you know, production. So when they talk this nonsense, oh, I can't find this thing, blah blah blah. Nah, that's not how it works. And now I know there's certain times where like sculptors, it's a little different for them because they're pretty much freelance, so they don't get any perks. It's literally you did work. Like I did work for Mirage Studios before. They didn't even give me a copy of the thing that I worked on once it was printed. It was just like, oh, thanks. Here's your money. Bye. That's it. I was like, are you serious? I did work for Warner Brothers too. I got to draw some Justice League prints, and I have no idea what they did with them because I was freelance. They're just like, yeah, here's your money. Peace. That's it. Back in the old days, though, they would send you like boxes of whatever you worked on so that you could show people or you could sell it. You know, it's kind of the fruits of your labor. Now they don't give a fuck. You are just a cog in the machine, and that's it. So when they say some of this stuff, like the higher ups, like Randy is high up at NECA, how is he gonna say, you know what I mean? Like he can't get a hold of stuff. I had a friend who did packaging for NECA, and he told me that he could get figures at a ridiculous discount. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, so yeah, Randy, I don't trust what he's saying because he's pulling the same shit that Scott Knightlick was doing back in the day with DCUC, trying to put the blame elsewhere when it's them not thinking properly, not seeing the big picture with like what they're selling, you know. And just a little bit of digging online, you could find all this information. It's not me just, you know, creating conspiracy theories and stuff, you know. It's just, you just dig a little bit and you'll see how the chain works, you know, the supply chain actually works.
And I still don't think these companies understand that Toys R Us is gone. They still acting like Toys R Us is. This don't make no sense.
Well, in parts of the U.S. it exists,
yeah,
but not the same way that it used to. Because I think now it's like inside of certain stores, like inside of a Walmart will be a Toys R Us, and it's just like they named the toy section Toys R Us. But like Yeah, it's not the same. It's kind of like KB. You know how KB would show up,
I
it'd be in
miss
the mall.
KB toys.
Yeah, I missed them too. Yeah, they used to be in the mall, and it is like a little store in the mall that you would go to, but in certain parts of the world, there were actual KB toy stores, like full-on store by itself.
Yeah, I remember because my grandparents used to live not too far from like a little mini mall, and there was a KB Toys, and then there was a Kmart when those
Mm-hmm.
existed. Remember when those existed?
Yep.
But
Yeah.
You know,
it's like you try to tell people these things, and you're like a fucking grandpa. Like back in my day, we used to have Kmarts.
and you know,
What are those?
terrible thing too. I've never experienced the whole Toys R Us KB thing, but I heard that one company bought over the other company, and I think that is the problem we facing today. The end result that Hasbro buying Kenner and these different companies, we don't have options.
Yeah.
Hasbro have all these IPs and not even going on risk to say, you know what, let me try out something different out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Now, if
It's
Kenner was
almost
still around,
Like
we had one more.
I think it was either earlier this year or it was last year that they bought Death Row Records. I was like, what are you supposed to do with that? Are you just buying stuff just to buy stuff?
Hey, Tupac, Marvel Legends, something.
Yeah. It's weird.
It's strange.
Well,
like such an odd thing to buy, like for a toy company to buy. It's like the most unkid friendly thing you could buy.
Yeah.
It's like there's no kids out there saying, "Yeah, I want a Dr. Dre figure." Like,
you Suge Knight build a figure. You get a build a figure of Suge Knight. Yeah, I'm good. I don't know, Hasbro. It's weird. Like, if the fan base doesn't do its research, it's just gonna get worse. If they keep buying if they keep using the term "take my money," that shit from Futurama, like, here, take all my money. Nah. You need to stop just buying up everything. You need to be more discriminatory. And I say this all the time, but people don't really listen because it's more fun to have shit. So apparently it's more fun to buy up all the shit and take pictures of it and put it online than it is to actually have some kind of scruples when it comes to what you buy. And I know some people, it is a choice for a lot of us, like we're fortunate enough to have the means to just kind of dip into all these different things. But like, you have to look at what the lasting effects are. It's just like what Zorpak said. Hasbro is sitting on so many IPs, yet they only make Transformers for guys like us, collectors. They only make Transformers, Marvel stuff, Star Wars, and now Power Rangers. And they're making and G.I. Joe, their G.I. Joe Marvel Legends, essentially. Their classified series. And that's the big things that they're doing right now. Like G.I. Joe, they've essentially been like dripping G.I. Joe product out to people, like the IV, just dripping a tiny little spattering of G.I. Joe here and there. And it's the same bunch of shit they've been doing for years. And they've never really recovered from retaliation and all that. And they almost did when they did the 50th, but the 50th was so shoddily done that it didn't leave the best taste in most people's mouth. And I'm a Joe collector and I'm saying this stuff. That's why my attention went elsewhere, because I'm tired of buying the same shit over and over. Like, if you say classic, I think, Duke, Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow, Cobra Commander, Destro. Like, there's a handful of classic characters that I think of. Flint, Lady J. I don't think Storm Shadow, Snake Eyes, and the Baroness, that's it. Are you kidding me? What could that's your retro classic series? What? It frustrates me.
The OG 13, please.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you start with them, or start with at least the main 4 of each. And they gave you these 2 villains, the Baroness, and I'm listening to Joe fans, hardcores that buy everything, be like, I was waiting for them to do what? You already got them. You got them. You got like the exact same figure. You got them. It just whatever the slight paint variation difference is. That's the only thing you're buying right now. You're not really getting
just because Storm Shadow has digitally printed eyes. They're just like, oh yeah, I gotta have that.
Well, they go nuts over that stuff, but I'm like, it's not buying collecting action figures is not always an investment because not all the things are worth all the money. It's certain things in these lines that are worth a shit ton of money. Like the Defiant, yes, you can get away with selling a Defiant for like $800 because they didn't make that many of the Defiant specifically, but the Flag, there's billions of those things around because no one bought them back in the day because parents couldn't afford to spend $100 on a toy for their kids back in the 80s like that. You know what I mean? Like everybody knew one kid who had it. And across the United States, we all knew one kid, you know what I mean? Or a couple kids or a friend who knew a kid who had that thing. And a lot of them, they're selling that shit now. It's weird. It's a strange.
What if I hit you with an X-Files thing? What if they bought it just to use it as a table?
I know, right?
X-Files music intensify.
It's weird, man. I don't know. Like when I get on this rant with that stuff because, you know, as someone who collects G.I. Joe and I've collected for a while, and I finally got to a point where I was like, yeah, I'm good. I have an end goal. And I think a lot of collectors don't have an end goal. But I also didn't grow up where my parents got me everything I wanted. So I've never known what that feels like. So I had to work my own job first to get my own money in order to finally go back and get all those things I didn't have when I was a kid. A lot of the folks who have all the shit and always buy all the shit and have always done it, their parents provided all the things for them, you know, for whatever the reason was, however it worked out, for good or for bad, they were able to get all the things. So their outlook on collecting is different. That's why a lot of them don't open the figures. They don't play with the figures. They can't tell you anything about the figure other than I have it because they've always had all the shit. You know what I mean? Like we talk about figures because there were points where, you know, I had 4 Joes and that was it. I had 4 Joes and I was like, I had to figure shit out with just those 4 Joes if I wanted to play G.I. Joe. They had to go up against, you know, bootleg Ultraman figures that I had that I got from, you know, Broad Street or something. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I had. When I talk to a lot of other collectors, though, especially in the G.I. Joe, like, quote unquote community, then they can't feel me on what I'm saying because their appreciation is different. It's coming from a place of always having had those things provided for them. So they don't appreciate it in the same way. And I'm not knocking them. I'm just saying, like, it sets a bad precedent because now they just always buy things and they say shit like, I'm just glad to see this stuff on the shelves. Why? It doesn't impact your life in any way because you already got all this stuff. So I don't know, strange to me. And I don't know if because I'm getting older, it's having more impact on me, but it's weird. It's really weird. Like people talking about, it's like brand loyalty for the sake of brand loyalty to a brand that doesn't give a fuck about you. They just care that you're going to spend your money on that brand. Like, and people still don't get this after all these years of seeing how these brands handle our IPs and stuff, you know? Like we just pointed out, Hasbro has all the IPs and just doesn't use them. They don't use them. They only use the ones that everybody knows, and that's it. And they refuse to even take a chance on some of the others. It's weird. To me, it doesn't make sense. If you're trying to make all the money, then give us all the IPs.
Sure, right.
The best example they did was Overwatch. They had that IP and they wasted it.
Yeah. It's weird because then you look at other companies like Figma, or you look at SH Figuarts, and how Figuarts quickly will, if a line gets no attention, you know, or figures that they make that fit into a line, they don't get the attention they wanted, like they did with the Justice League. They were like, okay, fuck you. If you don't like our Justice League figures, we'll make other shit. And they put their resources to other stuff. They were like, I could see where they got tired of the comparison to Mafex, where like the flavor of the month collectors were all giving Mafex all the props, even though half of the Justice League figures were amazing and the other half were okay. Whereas like the Figuarts Justice League figures, with the exception of Superman, I don't know what was up with Superman. That figure, he looked possessed or something. Like that was a weird figure. But the other head looked good. They just were their own scale. And people completely mercilessly destroyed those figures. And they were like, fuck it, we're just going to stop here and we'll focus on other stuff. I understand that's a business decision right there. Makes sense. But you look at what they make, for the most part, they've been killing it with Marvel. Even though I can point out, like, some of the things they've been doing that don't necessarily it doesn't match the quality that you would think of when you think of SH Figure Arts when it comes to
Like
the Marvel
the prices.
Yeah,
and their prices are weird.
they're just making it for making it sake because they know everybody gonna buy it because
Yeah.
it's Endgame.
It's it's guaranteed money. Yeah.
But
And you can tell.
I was looking at that Endgame Captain Marvel, and I was like, Jesus Christ, $80.
Yeah.
because I sure I don't know if you guys will agree, but I have some Kamen Rider here.
Yeah.
And boy, those figures are off the chain.
Yeah. That's what I started when I got into figure arts. Actually, the first figure they made was Kamen Rider Ichigo from Kamen Rider the Next. Or the first, I'm sorry, the movie. That was the first SH Figure Arts figure. I'm still trying to track it down. I didn't get into it until about 3 or 4 years later when they did Fies. And my first set of Kamen Riders from Figure Arts were all the Fies riders. I have, Fies, Kaiza, Delta, Orga, and I have the different versions of Fies himself and his bike. And there's nothing in the American market that comes close to those figures. Still, there's nothing that they make that's on par with those guys. Nothing.
Because I bought after seeing your review on the Power Rangers the kind of perverted one. I mean,
Which
the
one?
one with the wife. When
Oh, you meant
Who?
the Super Sentai, I think is what he means.
where his
What's
drawings.
his name?
Strident, and he was your mascot for a while, the Red Ranger. Oh my gosh.
What was his name? Red. Yeah.
Akiba Ranger.
Yeah,
I love that
right.
show. Love it.
I
Yeah.
because of your Akiba Ranger, I was like, you know what? I like the design of the
Shit, the show is amazing.
Yeah.
Did you watch the first season?
No, I didn't get to see anything. I just saw
Look, go on Kiss Asian when you get a chance
Right.
and look up that series, and in your spare time watch that. I'm telling you, you're gonna giggle.
Yeah.
You're gonna giggle a lot. It's brilliant. But yeah, go ahead.
That's how.
Yeah.
That's how I found your channel started because my first figure arts was actually Rue Ranger from Die Ranger.
Oh man, I missed out on him. I'm still trying to get him. That's my favorite team from Super Sentai.
I got the Akiba Rangers. So I was like, I saw them. I was like, what? Because I didn't recognize them until I was like, where are these guys from? And looked them up. I was like, I watched the show. Then I saw your review on it. I was like, okay. Actually knew about it.
Yeah, man, the shit's hilarious.
Well, with me, I just watched some of the clips on YouTube because I was looking for the episodes, but the episodes weren't on YouTube at all.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't find them. So I said, all right, cool. I'll just watch the clips. That's why I say he kind of perverse now because he does some other things to the girls. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because the one has like the panda on her underwear, and he randomly just pulls it up to see what's going on because he saw it while she was fighting, and he's like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, it's hilarious, man.
But back to the figures, I saw you use Akiba for your mascot, and I was like, you know what? I like the design because I noticed their helmet match the character's hair. I was like, real cool. So I couldn't get my hands on the original Akiba from the first season, so I saw the product version where his wife or some girl would be.
The character from the anime that he loves. Yeah,
and I was like, that's so cool. That's so original. Nobody ever think about doing that now.
Yeah,
and I bought the figure and Strident the figure, the paint quality, usability, and the accessories of the wazoo. Why other companies not doing this?
I know, and it's simple things too. It's not even like going nuts where you have like a bag full of accessories. No, they just got the right ones so that when you watch the episodes, you'll see the things that they do, and you'll be like, oh shit, I can actually do this with my figure. You know, not only can they assume the poses, but they'll give you like a specific set of hands for that one thing they did in that one episode that became their trademark. You know, and you at first it's like, why? Then you watch the whole series and you're like, oh my God, I have this. Like I could actually do it, you know?
And me as one, and me being the person that I don't know much about it, you will want to get interested in the show because you're seeing these different accessories, and it's like, what is this for?
Mm-hmm.
And why they would use this?
Yeah.
So, and that's the thing, the SH figures and people is crap on them so much, and they don't even review them.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, this is just like a Japanese thing, and they'll just review it and not really care or put the passion into the review.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know much.
Except for the really hardcore otaku
Yeah,
people.
yeah. Except for them.
Some of them make me embarrassed to like some of this stuff. I'm like, oh Lord. Yeah, because they take it a little bit too, I'm serious about certain things because if I'm spending my money on it, I want quality. So I'll beat that point home. But like having fun with it, that's a different story. Yeah, have fun with it. Be goofy. Do what you do with it, But yeah. Figure arts is on a different level, man, and Figma too. I haven't had a whack Figma.
I was just about to say that. Like the way that Zorpox got introduced to the figure art stuff, that's how I got introduced to the Figma stuff, because that's when I saw your Saber 2.0, and then I was like, oh man, I gotta track her down. And when I did, and I got her in hand, I was like, oh, this is good.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah, it's one of the best. It's my favorite figure in my collection next to my Garo figure.
it's like almost every single part on her moves. Like it's an
perfect.
own individual thing. I was like, this is, man.
Yeah, it's on a different level. And it's strange because it doesn't get it got props when it was released that week. or maybe that month, because most collectors got it that week that it was released or that month that it was released. And then as with everything else, it died down because it was the flavor of the month for them. Whereas now going back and you look at all the figures that have been released since that figure, and not many have topped them. I really can't think of one that has all the posability she has. I mean, maybe Mordred is close because it's the same general pieces, and she's the kind of the opposite from the same show. But yeah, people, the way collectors collect and YouTube audience collects is kind of annoying. It's a flavor of the month type thing.
So you guys are the Fate Stay Night. You guys know about Fate Stay Night. I only saw the first season.
Yeah.
Right, but I saw this guy's review today, The Amazing, and he was reviewing another Saber, but he said this was a male version to her.
Yeah, it's the male version of
the Arthur.
Yeah,
instead of Artura.
Yeah, same character, but just the male version from I think it was Fate Prototype is what it was called. It's another. The whole thing is a series of light novels and video games that are kind of lightweight dating sims to some degree, but I don't get into that stuff. The animes themselves, though, I get into those. And
yeah.
So my question is what is he part of a alternate universe to Saber? Or
yeah, it's the same. So it's the same story told in different. It's like alternate timelines, same story, alternate universes as well. So you'll get like in one universe, Saber is a class. So the idea is that the general thing is, imagine a war amongst mages, like magicians or sorcerers in modern times for the Holy Grail. And the Holy Grail in this universe can grant wishes. Is whatever you want.
Like you get one wish, I think, is what it is.
Yeah, once you win it. And so each of the pinnacle of all these mages are the only ones that are allowed to fight in this war. And proof of your mastery of magic is that you can summon a champion, and your champion will be one of the classes. You'll have your archer, saber, caster, berserker. Then there's like ruler and what's the other one? Oh man, because the Joan of Arc character, or is it Joan of Arc?
Yeah, it's
Joan of Arc. She's a newer class, and she's really powerful. I can't remember what her class was. I haven't even finished that one, or maybe I did.
I don't know. But I'll probably need to start watching that again, because I've always been fascinated with Joan of Arc. So I thought when I saw that they did a Figma, I was like, wait, is that who I think that is? And I was like, oh man, then I need to get into this, because
it's well done. It's well
I
done.
was always
It's well
hoping a company would do like a Joan of Arc figure because that's one figure I would want in my collection that would like stand out because I always thought like her story was very unique and like
done. Yeah. And they put a spin on a lot of them. Like the thing that they do in Fate Stay Night that some will like and some will hate is that certain characters get gender bent. So like Leonardo da Vinci is in one of them, but it's a girl instead of a guy. And they the design looks accurate for the time, but they refer to her as Leonardo. So you're like, what? Or sometimes they'll like put a twist on other characters that are actual, people from, history or whatever, like historically accurate characters. Their stories will be dead on whatever it is, whatever it's supposed to be, but they'll put their own take on those characters. And others are fictional characters like Merlin, and they'll take one version of Merlin and then kind of do their own thing with it. I don't know. It's interesting because if you know your mythology or your some of your history, seeing how they handle these characters is pretty dope because they'll take things from their story or from their life and turn it into something that's either part of their power set or some important weapon that they use or something like that. I don't know. It's really interesting. And they're all really like base level. Everyone can like jump super high. They're really fast, really strong because they're heroic spirits. Most of them have died at some point in their in history, and you're pulling them from there. You're pulling their spirit from that time period to have them fight against the other they're called servants, and because they're servants for their mage, and they fight against the other servants, and last person standing gets the grail. And there's always some fucked up thing that messes up the way the war is supposed to work, which you probably already saw since you watched the first season.
Yeah.
And it's just an interesting. Some are better than others. Like Fate Apocrypha is kind of whack. The saber in that one is what is his name? Siegfried from German mythology or Germanic mythology.
I'm wondering if that's the same one that they put in Soul Cal. No, it's not the same.
No, it's the name, but it's not the same guy. Then there's another one where the saber is Musashi.
So the one with Fate Zero was what, before or after Fate Stay Night?
It's before, because the main character in that is the father of the main character in Fate Stay Night.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's
I thought that was cool when I saw that they did her as a female, and then they explained, the subtle changes they made in there that, was different than, the King Arthur story. But I thought it was cool. I think the only thing she's missing is the invisible, like cloaked sword.
Yeah, that one comes with the wind cloaked sword. Yeah, it comes with the Fate Zero version, which is the one I'm still trying to get for a decent price. Every time I find her, she's like $70 or $60, and I'm like, yeah, no, 50. I'll do 50. Maybe I'll do 60 shipped. I'm not doing no 70, 60. She doesn't really come with much, It's a very bare bones.
Just the one thing you need is just that sword.
The Reveltech version came with that sword though, and the Reveltech version is kind of booty in comparison.
Yeah, it's like some of the older Reveltechs are just like
Reveltech's just hit or miss in general. The figures aren't crap, but I mean like
some of the engineering is they put
it's weird.
Like in some of the older ones they put too many ball joints, like on the Yoko from Gurren Lagann. It's like when you move her leg, it's like her ass is separate from her leg because they put the Reveltech joint in there, and the way they sculpted it is just off. It's like oh man, how are you gonna do Yoko like that?
Yeah, I couldn't get into a lot of Reveltechs. I mean, for me, it's at times they're too dynamic. You can't have them just stand up. They stand up. They got that like super A stance where their pelvis is sticking out way far, and like I'm like, man, they're all sashaying and shantaeing and stuff, and I'm like, I don't need that all the time. Like sometimes I want to have them standing up looking cool together with other characters, relaxed. I don't want to have all that dynamism
Like
going on all
it
the
looks
time.
like with All Might, it looks like
I don't mind it for him. Like it's perfect for him because that's kind of how they present him in the show. He shows up in that form, and it's just like it's hilarious how
yeah,
comic booky he is in
that's one of the
real
things
life.
that I love with and it's like whenever you try to talk about like My Hero Academia, people are just like, oh, you like that because everyone likes it. I'm like, no, I like it because it's superheroes. Like,
No, people try to downplay My Hero Academia because of how long it's taken for what's his face to become, for them to tell us what happens with this guy. Like, and
oh,
that's a problem
with
with anime.
Deku.
Yeah, with Deku, like it started saying that he says this is how I became the
Yeah,
world's
it's like
greatest
he's not gonna
superhero.
just,
And we're on season 5, and he hasn't even finished school yet. It's like, can you guys wrap this up, so we could see how he became the greatest superhero? Because some of the stuff he's doing, they would have pulled him out of school and been like, yo, you step up, you're the next, easily. Because we saw what you did to what was the guy's name in the first movie that they did that can control metal and all that stuff? When he beat the brakes off of him with the double Detroit smash, it's like, we saw what you did alongside All Might. Like, come on, you're the next big shit. Like, come on, stop. Let's stop playing around and let's put all the money into this guy already, because everyone else has issues. It's not going to be Bakugo, because Bakugo's an asshole piece of shit that pulls everybody else
I
down.
know when he what was it at the their hero games, like when he won the medal,
Yeah.
he was like, I don't want the medal, and just All Might put it around his teeth.
Yeah.
He's just hanging there all pissed off, and All Might's just all smiling. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. It's just like you can see they've already sown the seeds to let you know who's going to be the main character, and they tell you in the intro, this is the best guy in the story, and they're taking years. They're literally dragging this shit out as far as they possibly can, like Pokemon long, like One Piece long. You know what I mean? Where it's like, come on, we get it. You're trying to make as much money as you possibly can. Get to the point. And I think a lot of people, that's like, for me, that's why one of the things that made me stop buying anime, because it's volumes and volumes and volumes.
Yeah.
And by the time you're getting to the good stuff, I get tired because it's too much, and I'm spending so much money just to get to. I mean, I don't think people really buy anime like they used to, so I'm not going to really say like people are buying it like they were, because the industry is it's showing that people don't really buy their anime like they used to. But still, they're putting out volumes and volumes and volumes, and it's like, I can't keep up.
And it's the heartbreaking part when it finally ends. It anticlimactic.
Yeah, because you waited all this time, and they're finally gonna get there. It's like, oh, come on. But I don't know.
It's a shame that this All Might's coming out, and then the Doomfist that you wanted hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, man.
Oh man.
I want a Doomfist figure bad, man. I think if they make as many African characters as they make, I'm gonna get them. I'm still buying some Dora Milaje because I want to have like 6 in total. I'm Doomfist. I'm getting them. I don't care if I have to pre-order him. I'll break my rule and pre-order him way in advance. I don't care, because like that's a one-of-a-kind design. They're not going to do very many.
Yeah,
you don't.
He's dope. Like he can just, even without that gauntlet, he can
Yeah.
just punch through bricks like it's nothing. I'm like,
yeah.
like
I like
he managed to fuck up Tracer, which, I mean, her thing is she jumps in and out of time, and he was able to just hit her so hard that it just shattered her chrono accelerator. I was like, fuck, you don't want to mess with this dude. Like he will straight kill you.
Yeah.
If you don't watch yourself.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, like I said, I like Overwatch as an idea. The universe is cool. The designs are cool. I just hate the game with a burning passion. The game is whack as fuck. It's like this, what you're doing and what the characters are capable of don't match. Like, why are we all shooting each other when clearly 95% of the operatives in the game are part of Overwatch? Like, shouldn't we be fighting a threat instead of each other?
Exactly.
So
It should have
yeah,
been like GI Joe.
yeah, it should have been like like a team based, objective Call of
Yeah,
Duty style shooter. If you're gonna go for a shooter, it shouldn't have been, maybe even like Gears, but not fucking, like a team deathmatch type game. Like that doesn't make sense. It doesn't even fit the world that you're in.
you know what would have been fun seeing that it has all those good guy characters, like Ultimate Alliance.
Yes,
And
that'd have been perfect. That'd have been perfect. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's strange that they're not pushing it that way. I wish someone else would pick up Overwatch and make it affordable. And that's the problem with having Hasbro have the monopoly on everything.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe if Jazzwares gets it, because I do like the way they do their Fortnite figures. Like
And
some
those
of those
figures are
designs are
awesome.
just
Yeah, some
cool.
of the designs are crazy, but I think the idea with Fortnite is you're getting a little bit of everything. It's almost the most ingenious line that's out right now. When you think about it, you have characters that look like GI Joes. They look like soldiers. You have superhero looking characters. You have knights. You have like Skyrim looking characters.
Yep.
You have like really weird out there characters that are like references to old toy lines that we're not going to see anytime soon. And
Like
it's
I
all on.
have what's his name? The Eternal Voyager, I think is his name,
Yeah,
the one with the flame. And I
yeah.
saw him because when I went into Walmart expecting not to find anything, and then I saw they had that Spider-Man, and I was like, oh, I need to get him. And then I looked over where the Fortnite stuff is, and I saw him. I was like, oh man, I gotta get him because he's just crying out for me. He's like, do something with me. I'm like, okay, I'll take you home. I'll find a spot for you. You can, I don't know, be a headhunter or something in space. But I mean, they're
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, the designs they run the gamut as far as genres and design aesthetics and everything. So like whatever kind of kid you are, whatever big kid, small kid, if you're into sci-fi stuff, if you're into fantasy stuff, if you're into medieval stuff, if you're into, just comedy, like comedic looking characters, cartoony characters, they got it like all in that one franchise. And then the thing they do that's crazy that even Hasbro doesn't do is it's one articulation scheme
Yep.
across all the characters. All the females got these exact points of articulation and they don't deviate based on like whatever the design is. They make the design fit the articulation, not the other way around.
I think the
And
one thing they gotta fix is these hands. I think
well,
that's the.
I'm talking about the 4-inch ones.
Oh, you
We
meant
only have
the.
a couple of the big ones. Yeah, the hands on the big ones kind of suck because they have those articulated hands from like the old Toy Biz figures back in the day.
Yeah, I
I
remember
was never a fan of
you
those.
sent me the picture that night, and you were like, "Oh man, I just got into these."
Yeah, Ultima Knight. Yeah, that's the only one I have for myself. And all my younger son, he hates the game too, and but he loves the figures. So I've been buying them for him, kind of like anytime. I have a bunch of them so that if he does something, super good, he gets good grades on his work or, whatever, here's your little surprise for the day or whatever. And I just been finding ones that I know he'll dig because the design is something I've seen that he's interested in. And so for like little dudes getting into that type of figure or just people in general trying to get into GI Joe style figures, you're getting this like ridiculously quality figure but from Fortnite. It's weird, like Fortnite is the dumbest game, one of the dumbest games out there. It's just all goofy. I mean, it's probably fun. I'm not dissing it, but I mean, like story-wise, it's a whole bunch of randomness, and it's for
It's
fun,
like the characters are just like the skins or whatever you want to call them.
Exactly.
They're dope. They're just like
Yeah,
blank
there's so
slates.
much variety amongst all these designs. Like Dyer and Fable, I think her name is. It's Little Red Riding Hood and the the Big Bad Wolf. The Big Bad Wolf fights with like a knife and a fork. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's a giant werewolf that's fighting with a knife and a fork, and his partner is Red Riding Hood. Like what? Like you could, as a collector or someone who just plays with figures, you could build a whole universe around those two characters being a team. You know what I mean?
Like
And
I have what's it called? hybrid stage
Yeah.
3, like the kaiju looking one, and I was like, man, he's
Yeah.
so cool. He looks like a kaiju monster, but like if you give him a sword or something, he could just fit in with, your medieval stuff, or if you give him a
Yeah.
gun
Your
or
He-Man
whatever.
characters.
Like he looks
Yep.
like All Might could fight him. Like he could exist
Yeah.
with your superheroes and stuff. I'm
Or he
like,
could be a Power Rangers villain, the freak of the week or something. But
Yeah.
it's crazy, man. Like that line, I've heard like a lot of Joe collectors diss the shit out of the line, but then when you look on Instagram, those same Joe collectors are using the figures in their photos. So it's like there's this weird kind of thing. It goes back to what you were saying about people dogging if you like My Hero Academia because it's so wholesome and it's got a good moral like focus, because it's about you not being the edgelord in order to be popular and in order to
being
appeal to people. It's for you to be true to yourself, and at the same time just be a good fucking person. Those are the qualities that make for a true hero in this story, but they don't like it because it's not the edgelord shit like Troll was it Goblin Slayer
or
where the
like
fucking goblins
Tokyo Ghoul,
and shit like
or like Tokyo Ghoul or whatever.
like that. That's a dime a dozen. We got that. We don't have a lot of stuff that has good morals involved, especially not coming out of Japan. Like Japan's everything's questionable because it's all trying to hit different demographics. So they always do what's hot for that group. But like, given the younger generation that might want something a little bit goofier and not necessarily want grimdark Superman and grimdark Batman and whatever, you're getting something with like All Might is literally doing what they should have been doing with Superman all these years on film.
Yeah, I love him,
Like
especially when he like quirks out and he becomes the little thin,
little skinny
like,
version of himself.
yeah.
Yeah. I swear, like the first time I watched that show, I got up to that episode when All Might, the first fight you see All Might have, the first real fight when he fights Nomu, and he started punching him all super fast, and then he slammed him out of the air and then landed, and he's like, I know you've heard these words before, but let me show you what they really mean. I teared up hard. Like,
Because like
are
that's
you
what
kidding me? Like this is
what
like
we want with Superman,
is
because that's like
yeah, like
literally
it was exactly. It felt like watching Superman for the first time, where you're like, holy shit, they actually put this the way he's talking to him, he's monologuing the dude, and you want to hear what he has to say. And then the way they show him smiling while he's sending this motherfucker to the moon to save these kids. And the kids themselves are just like, what the fuck did I just see?
yeah,
The
like
reaction,
his,
everything.
it's like
I
his
was
shirt
like,
gets all torn up, and it's like, yeah, he takes damage, but
no, I'm
like,
talking about when he hit him at the
oh
end and he's
yeah, that was
face. It was like, what the fuck? I mean, I grew up watching anime, so I've seen crazy shit, but
I
it's all the
mean,
build
this
up and
is
how it was done. It was like, wow, someone's actually trying to give us the Superman experience outside of Superman, since DC doesn't want to do that anymore. So it's kind of weird, getting that from a Japanese character, and they're doing it better than the people who they're parodying. It's just weird. But the same thing, the same concept is what's going on here with, or similar concept is what's going on with the Fortnite stuff. It's
it's
like
cool.
really simple, goofy stuff, but they're covering such a wide range of things just because it's fun. Is no other, they know they'll make money because of how broad the appeal is, but they're just giving you fun characters that you don't even have to know the game to enjoy. And the sky's the limit essentially, because there's so many skins in that game. And I think they knew that when they were making all those characters. That's how they're selling the skins. And now for people who collect figures, whatever your thing is, you're going to find a character in their line that fits. And the quality of the weapons and everything is higher quality than what you get from Hasbro. The articulation and the build quality of the figures is really good. I've been amazed at what they're giving us in those packs. Because like my son now has, like the other day we got this it's like a vending machine. It costed like $20. It was like a vending machine, and it came with packs
Yeah,
of different weapons and confetti. I was like, what? So like he opened the figure, we got the confetti out, he got all these guns and different things with this character and stuff, and he was geeked because it was like different weapons. It wasn't the same shit he already had. It was all different stuff. So now he's got this arsenal for all his different characters, and he can geek out like what he sees with my GI Joes, except this is made to withstand a little kid playing with it, you know. So I don't know. Those are really cool figures. They did a good job with them. And then if you like 6-inch stuff, you got 2 versions of 6-inch characters to get. You know, McFarlane and the Jazzware stuff. So yeah, they're doing their thing.
Yeah, I definitely dig what they're doing because I just got some of the 4-inch ones at like I think Ross or something. I found one of the 4-packs and I got them just to try them out. And I was like, I'm sitting here at my little review station and I'm posing them and having them do things, and it was like I turned into like an 8-year-old so quick, just sitting here just posing them. But yeah, they're cool. I like them.
Yeah, they're good figures.
It's like the shit I wish they had when I was a kid.
Exactly. I mean, some of that stuff, it existed, but it wasn't geared towards children, you know, because like the 25th anniversary stuff was out when you were smaller.
Yeah.
So like, but that shit wasn't geared towards kids.
It
you
was
wouldn't
more
have known
for like the adult collectors.
Exactly. Yeah, and it was like at the beginning of like, we talk about scalpers now, but like scalpers, they were scalping that shit bad back in those days because you would find them at like Marshalls or like at I think Marshalls and Ross are the same chain, but it's a different name in different parts of the U.S.
Yeah.
You'd find them there, or you'd find them at they were starting at Target, because I remember going to Target and they had whole walls stocked with GI Joes and vehicles and everything. It was all 25th anniversary stuff. But there was a point right before the movie came out when Resolute dropped, when the trailer for Resolute dropped, I want to say. And you couldn't find the 25th anniversary stuff as easily, but it was all online and it was all going for much more, like 2 or 3 times whatever the cost was in the store. Because those figures were like $8 back in those days, $7 or $8 in the store. I remember like the first couple waves of Pursuit of Cobra, they were like $8 to $10. I think at the end they were $10, but in the beginning they were like $8. And I was seeing them online for like 30, and now you see them still $30, $40. Some of them are $70 or $80. It's like, it doesn't make sense, but they were scalping those figures like back in the day when you would have probably been most, you know, into GI Joe when you were younger. They were scalping the hell out of those figures back then, and you could find them in the store at that time. You know, now it's even worse because you can't find a lot of that stuff. But then when you get it in hand, you see that the quality is not really up there. You know, they have faulty joints in certain places. Some of them can't hold the guns they come with. It's all kinds of weird shit. That's why I was so impressed with the Fortnite stuff. Even in comparison to like Marauders and Joy Toy and stuff, the Fortnite stuff is pretty damn good. I say if you see them and you see something in your wheelhouse, pick them up because it's definitely worth getting into. Even the guns, the cartoony-ish versions of like sniper rifles and machine guns, like they work in toy format probably better than they do in the game. The look,
like
works
the
better.
what's it called? The guns that came with the Eternal Voyager. Like when I saw them, I was like, those were like some cable looking.
Yeah,
Guns,
exactly.
Like something like a space cowboy, or like I could use them with Spike or something.
Yep.
Speaking of Cowboy Bebop, what happened to that Faye Valentine that they
I don't think the
showed
line
us?
got the traction that it should have, and the figure's great. Both of them are great, but I keep seeing them on clearance. I need to pick up mine, both Vicious and Spike, but I don't think people jumped on them like they should, because you know how they do right now. It's flavor of the month. Cowboy Bebop is how many years old? 20 years old now.
Yep.
But that
And
anime, man, oof.
the anime is an
When I hear
amazing
that
anime.
jazz, I've never been that big of a like jazz person, but
Yeah,
like after watching that, I'm like, oh yeah, I like jazz. I'll throw on some
yeah.
jazz.
The whole
You,
thing is great.
you
It's
play
one of
some jazz music and get into a fight. You know?
Yeah,
You
it's
yeah,
just
just
I know,
like
right?
put jazz music.
Or a dope ass like dog fight, you know, with
Yeah,
your ship and your planes and stuff. I don't know. That show was ahead of its time.
yeah,
It's
it was.
well done. It still holds up now. It's better
yeah,
than
it's just
95% of the shit that's on now. The
yeah.
character designs are well on
I
point.
always thought
And
that was cool what they did with Spike, that he was like a Bruce Lee philosopher. Like whenever he
Yeah.
teaches that one kid, like you
Yeah.
you gotta flow like water. I was like, that's so cool that they threw that
Way
Bruce
back
Lee
then too.
reference.
Back then when people weren't necessarily doing that with their characters as much. But yeah, it's not the flavor of the month. You know, people are on that whack ass Attack on Titan now, where everything has to go. Like if ever there was a show that's whack that people need to make fun of folks
Oh man.
for like, you know, Dick Ryden is Attack on Titan. I was so geeked
Oh
about that
yeah.
show.
I
And then like
remember
as I watched,
I remember the first time I got Netflix, I sat down and tried to watch that, and I was like slowly falling asleep. I was like, this is so
it
boring.
beats you over the head like, oh, we're gonna fail. We can't win. Oh my god, they're so strong. Oh my god, I'm going to kill all of them. Oh my god.
Oh
It's
yeah, yeah, Aaron.
my god,
Just
the giants
they
for
ate
this.
my mom, so I'm gonna kill all the Titans I can.
I just got frustrated with the emo nature of the whole show. I'm like, you know, get to the point. What
And
does
it's
how
like
do you have
you
a
see
military that
the
can't deal with the threats that they're supposed to be
it's like
trained
you see
to fight?
the trailers and stuff, and they're all zip lining with their packs, and they're running on the backs of Titans, and they're slashing the backs of their necks. It's like that's what I want. Like I don't want
Yeah,
your boring
more
emo
yeah,
sad
more of
crap.
more of that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about that show and the way they chose to tell the story really put me off because I even watched the movies, the live action movies, because the music in those movies is fucking phenomenal because it's done by the guy who did the music for Berserk, and he did the music for the newer, actually both the new and the old Evangelions. Um, and so I knew the music before I watched the show or the movies. Then I watched the movies and I was like, good Lord, have mercy. Good God.
Shit is
You
trash.
know, and then like even the music in the anime is amazing, you know, and I'm geeked and I'm like, this music is dope. I'm expecting these fight scenes to be nuts. And there's a couple like glimpses of like really imaginative stuff with the wire, you know, the 3D maneuvering gear. But then overall, it's like torture porn. You're just sitting here watching how many ways can a giant just eat human beings? Like how many times are you going to show us a different way that these weird ass like lethargic giants can just run up and snatch a guy out of the sky and just, you know, bite his head off slowly and smile while he's doing it? And after about like the fifth or sixth time, it doesn't have any impact on you because you keep seeing it over and over and over and over and over. And they do it in slow motion, they do it with sad music, they do it with action music, you know, people getting arms ripped off and stuff. And it's just like, no,
So it's
it
just
didn't.
gore, just to show gore.
That's what it feels like. And like there's a lot of details. Like when I tried to read the manga itself, the manga's not really that good either. A lot of people like it, but like the art is not that good. He gets better over time, but I didn't buy the manga so that I could watch someone learn how to draw. I bought the manga because I wanted to see the story he wanted to tell with those skills already on display, and it's just not good. Some of his art is just ooh, like it's so much better in the series, like the anime, but some of that art is just horrendous. I mean, the anatomy's all over the place. There's things clearly he doesn't know how to do, and instead of getting someone who does know how to do it, like in his camp, to do it, he does it himself, and it just doesn't look as good. And like, you know, this is me. I love One Punch Man, and the manga is
Oh
amazing.
yes.
And fucking Yusuke Murata, the artist who draws that, is on a different level from a lot of people. And going from that to Attack on Titan is painful.
Ooh, yeah.
It's painful. It's like if you're in a college art class and then you go to like a middle school art class, there's like a huge difference between the skill levels, you know? But the story is weird because like there's things that you need to be like the story is how do I put this? There's a twist to the story that should be obvious if you're paying close attention. But the way that the dude does the story, it's never obvious. Even after he tells you the twist, it's not obvious. If you watch the live action movie, the twist is immediately given to you because if you pay attention, you'll see based on the setting, you get the twist. Because you know
It was
when you
like I think the twist was like the Titans are all like real people that were experimented on or something like
well
that.
well the one of the biggest twists was that this whole whole story takes place in the future, and essentially everything's different outside of the walls. Past that region, everything's different. In the movie, the things within the walls, like the structures they live in and everything, it's made up of things from the past. So you see, like, ships have been turned into housing. Missiles are just like sticking up out of the ground from like past wars when they went to war with the early Titans and stuff. I mean, it's all kinds of things to let you know, like, oh shit, they're living in the remnants of what used to be. And this must be after a big ass war, because a lot of what they're living in looks like bombed out stuff, old vehicles and weapons and things like that. And in the anime, though, you don't get that for a long time. There's a book where you do get it, and then after you finish that book, it goes back to business as usual, and everything looks like medieval times. And you're like, but I thought it was the future. Like, aren't you gonna like continue to go with this now that you've revealed this? Nah, he didn't feel like it. He wanted to draw medieval times, so that's the way it's presented to you. Now, I'm sure down the line, after I stopped, he probably got a lot more complaints than what I'm saying, and probably sprinkled in some more shit. But I read a couple volumes, and yeah, it was like, here's the reveal, medieval times. I was like, are you serious? Like, you're not going to actually push this a little bit more and like integrate this into the look of the book now? That would be dope. And then it wasn't until I had forgotten about it, and then when I saw the live action stuff, I was like, oh shit, the live action stuff is showing us that this is in the future. I totally had forgotten about it because it's revealed fairly early. I don't want to say it's either the second or third volume where there's some obvious, reveals, and you're like, huh. But yeah, I don't know. That series, it's just like, hey, we won, snatch, bite your head off in slow motion, big smile. Then
it's kind of the same thing with Sword Art. Like, I like the first half of season 1, but then like, when it leads into the Alfheim stuff, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna jump off now. I think you're weird, like his sister's into him, but it's not really his sister, and then you have that weird creepy pedo dude trying to marry Austin. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna jump off here. All right, you had me invested in the first half. Like, I'm jumping off here because it's not. But people are like, oh yeah, it's good. I'm like, no. I mean, you can keep that if you want. I'll come over here with the more sensible people that aren't into that shit and watch our own thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, there's some things they tend to do with some of the newer animes that I'm not feeling it. But I will say, My Hero Academia, I see what people don't like, but I dig what they're doing overall because it's going against the grain right now. Everything is
you get a mix of action, then you get a little bit of comedy, and then you get a little bit of some romance between characters, and then you get your drama between characters too.
Well, I'm talking big picture, like the big picture of the moral, I don't want to say quandaries, but the situations they put in that rest on these characters morally because of the position that they're in. That's the part that I'm like, there needs to be a couple more of those things. And I'm not like some religious nut or something like that. I'm not a religious person. I'm more on the spiritual side when it comes to that sort of thing.
Right.
But I feel like you can see the difference now versus the way things used to be. Back in the day, most of your heroes were adults. So when you were watching TV, you're growing up watching your role model, and you want to be like them, and they're adults. You want to do the things adults do because you see it as like a freedom. As a kid, you're like, man, I want to be able to stay up till whenever I want to. You know what I mean? Because that's what dad does. Or I want to be a firefighter because, he drives the cool ass, truck or whatever, insert whatever, but they were adults. Now, most of the heroes are kids. So kids are watching kids be the hero. Then they grow up. A lot of kids like to shirk responsibility anyway. They grow up with this weird parenting where the parents just let them do their thing, kind of, give them an iPad, give them a whatever. like I used to teach preschool, so like I used to get this with preschool kids, and it used to piss me off because I'm like, why is the kid calling the shots? He's in preschool. He's 4. Tell him to get his ass in the car and stop running around like an idiot, you know? And if he's gonna run around in the playground in the middle of the parking lot where cars are coming, you grab him, you spank his little behind, and get him in his car seat, and call it a day. Instead, they're like, little Jaden, stop, Jaden, come here, Jaden, whatever. And they look away and they get on their phone. And I'm like, your kid is gonna get hit by a car. You don't just give up after 2 times. You go, you grab your kid, and you deal with them. So like, you put them in front of YouTube, and they watch kids do kid shit, and this is their routine, and this is going to be his routine until he's a teenager, and he's going to keep watching goofy, young, immature folks do immature shit, and it can be funny. I'm not saying there's no place for that, but at no point is he watching someone be responsible in any kind of way. So his idea of what responsible is supposed to look like is going to vary from people who had responsible role models in front of them. You know what I mean? So when you see people doing the weird ice cream challenge where they go into the store and lick the fucking ice cream.
Oh my god, I remember I saw that shit.
Are you surprised that you're seeing like college age kids, high school age kids doing this dumb shit, and then they're surprised that they got arrested? Or like the one way back when it was some kind of challenge involving like putting alcohol on yourself and lighting you on fire in the shower for a couple minutes, and that one kid doused himself. I'm like, how are you not old enough, not wise enough to know that alcohol and fire are probably the worst combination, and that you are going to burn for a long time, and adding water to that mix is going to make shit worse?
They probably missed that part in chemistry.
So it's like, it's not surprising though. Like, it's like what Blade said, when you know the nature of a thing, you start to know what it's capable of. And if you've been hanging around immature idiots all the time and just tons of immaturity, of course you're going to do immature shit as you get older and continue to do that. You're not going to be responsible, like it's just a thing. Like in my job, I do tech support for an insurance company, like one of the online ones. I do the tech support for their app, and I get people who call me to ask questions like, that payment that you guys took, I was going to pay for something else. Could you give it back so I could pay that and then I could pay you later? Who calls the bills, the people you just paid a bill to ask for the money back? And who refers to it as the bill people just took money from you? You were adulting, you paid a bill. They didn't take that money. You signed up to get a service from them, so you paid them for your service. You know what I mean? So it's like, you had the balls to call and ask for the money back. Someone didn't teach you right, because that's not life. No, it doesn't work like that. You pay a bill, it's done. You had the service. And this is like literally, you pay, you get your service, and then you pay again, you get your service. You can't pay late and then be like, I want all the money back for the service you already got and you continued to get until you made your payment. And this is the lack of logic that a lot of people have for kind of being immature and being directed by other people who are immature too. I guess maybe this plays into the collecting shit that we see.
Exactly. Everything could just go back to collecting.
Yep.
I listened to that scenario. Who didn't you know that you had to pay that thing first before you pay your bill? But you should pay your bill
That's what I'm saying. Like, it'll be like rent or something. And I'm like, you pay rent every month. I know life is hard, don't get me wrong, but like, you didn't know that if you pay one bill, you can't get it back to pay another one? Like,
it's like the next thing too, right? The flavor of the month, we talk about this whole podcast. You hire rent to pay and groceries to buy. You're gonna buy a $500 figure to what even after? Not me. No.
Yeah, that shit makes me angry, man, because like I remember on eBay there were a couple times, and I made a joke about it, where you had those folks that will have they'll buy. It's like unparalleled universe. You know, he'll say, I just bought this whole wave on Mercari and I paid like $100 more than I need to. You shouldn't do that though. Bitch,
But you're doing it.
you just told everybody that you did this to get it first. And now you're going to tell them not to do. Why did you even give that information out? Because you know somebody, you know the way that people work. Everybody wants to do it first. So they're all going to try to find a way. And if they hear that, hey, Mercari is where I can get some scalped figures first so I could do the review before everybody else, they're all going to gravitate to that site. Not only did you say that you paid more than you needed to get it first, you told them where you did it, and then you end it by saying, hey, don't do what I did. Bitch, are you serious?
Because
Like,
yeah, for real. Because the thing
It's
is,
like the same thing with Jay. He says he doesn't support scalpers, but yet I remember he put something up that he got the Spider-Man from
yeah,
Macari, and I was like, really?
yeah,
Like you can't just wait like
yeah,
a couple of months? Like all I had to do was wait a couple of months. And I
I-
walked into Walmart and I was like, boom, there you go, 2 cases.
same
And I
old,
yeah.
got to get my Gwen Stacy, got to get my Peter Parker, my Spider-Man, and I got to finish my MJ. Like,
All right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Patience. You
yeah,
know, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't have the patience like the Dalai Lama or anything like that or Gandhi. But just saying that probably is because I'm a circumstance. If I
yeah,
was in the US, I don't know if things might have been different
yeah,
or not. So I have to learn patience by force, right?
yeah,
I'm not encouraging it, but it's due to a circumstance. I don't want to have to pay double the price to get something I want on eBay, but I really don't have a choice, right? And I can understand that. But paying exorbitant prices for certain things, like for instance, Strident,
mm-hmm.
um, the super shredder,
Oh no, yeah, no,
$50 figure on eBay going for
ooh,
$100, $150.
no. No,
yeah.
no.
Not at all. I'm not even playing that. Like I said, when 112 sent me the link to order the Casey Jones and Raphael 2-pack, and I saw the whole $60 thing for it, I'm like, no, these aren't even $60 figures. These are a step down from what I would consider $50 figures. Um, they don't come with as much stuff as some of the other sets do, and why am I paying $15 shipping and handling for a NECA figure? I didn't pay that much for all 4 of the turtles when I got them from GameStop for shipping.
Like
Why am I?
they don't even weigh that much. It's
Yeah,
like I think what was it? Andy, you did like what, like $8
Yeah.
shipping for the like it doesn't cost $15 to ship no fucking boxed turtles. Like,
yeah.
come on now.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're overdoing it, and NECA has been. It's weird because they're like, I give them props for what they do at the price point that they do it, because a lot of stuff that I find in the store, I'm paying like $24 for. And when you see the paint and the accessory count and the articulation, it's like, damn, this is amazing. Why can't Hasbro do this? Why can't, all these other people do this? So I'm like really in their corner when they do it right. But then I'm looking at how they handled everything Ninja Turtles, and I'm like, you guys just like ripped off everybody and you gave us subpar product for more money. Like the cartoon turtles aren't as posable as the movie turtles, but they cost the same. I think they cost the same or more in the store. And I'm like, why? Why am I paying more for these? Or why am I even paying comparable prices for these when it's a downgrade?
And not as posable? Wow.
Yeah, they should be cheaper. Like they're not as posable as the original red bandana turtles.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
And I got the red bandana ones back when they came out the first time. And they have ab crunches. They got, the pivot in their ankle pivot. They've got, like everything that your Marvel Legends have, they have. They have the extra joint in their neck. It's like a ball socket head, but then the neck itself has like a hinge, like a ball hinge. So you can actually make them look all the way up. It's so much articulation, and then their chest is soft. so you can actually crunch their torso and like crunch forward and whatnot, and even back a little bit. The shell obviously stops them from doing some of that, but like you can't do that with the movie. I mean, with the cartoon ones. The
I
cartoon
don't
one,
even think you can do it with the movie ones because I just tried to move Leo and his. Like, he barely has an out crunch in there.
yeah, I think they have it in there because their body is, their upper and lower are two parts, and you can kind of see it when you look up in there or look down, like look in their shoulder, like under their shoulder or their like their underarm type part, because you can move their upper body separate from their legs. Like if you just hold them and then just wobble, it might be a ball socket or something, but you can move them
Oh
separate.
yeah, yeah, but it's like
But
this.
there's no room to bend because it's
Material on the
hard.
front is like the hardest fucking rubber thing I've
Yeah,
ever found.
it's a shell. It's straight up a shell. So it's like, what am I paying this extra for? You know, like the ultimates that come in those bigger boxes, they always have way more articulation, which is part of the ultimate treatment. That's why you pay $28 to $30 for those figures. But like the turtles, they keep going up in price, but you're still getting the same lack of articulation, the same. I don't know, and I'm not dissing them at all because they're still phenomenal figures. But it's just like if I'm gonna get that treatment, and you're gonna put that, you know, price point on them, give me the same quality, give me all of those things. You know, like some of the Terminator
you want
figures
them
are,
to be able to do the things that you saw them do in the movie.
and they can do most of them. Don't get me wrong, they can do most of them. But I just mean like your price point equals points of articulation and accessories, you know, and sculpt and paint. So like give me all of that, you know. Don't give me some of it. So the movie figures, I like what I can deal with that the movie figures articulation and accessories and stuff, but those cartoon figures should be much cheaper. They should be like, you know, the 2-pack should be like, I don't know, $30, 15 and 15 for, you know, for each figure, because they're downgrades as far as what the figures can do posability wise. And instead they're exactly the same price as the movie stuff. And it's like, nah, you've already given us examples of this being better. But, you know, I don't think everybody shares that. I don't think people are looking at it in that kind of way. I do, because I mean, right now I got all my turtles, the different generations of them, all up on my sewer play set. I happened upon the one from the Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that's like 2 feet tall, and it's got the 3 tiers to it.
Right.
And I have them like the top tier. I have like the original 80s turtles. Then I have the 2000s, the early 2000s turtles. Then I have the last ones before the Rise of the Turtles, and then I have the movie turtles next to them, and then the Toon turtles, the original NECA cartoon ones that just came out. I have those standing in the center, like on the ground level, and then under them I have the red bandana ones with that backdrop that they came with. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, man, it's weird how we got more posability to a point, and then when you come down to the cartoon ones from NECA, it was a downgrade. They're missing all kinds of stuff. I don't even think, and I could be wrong, but let me look at this real quick, because I think the movie ones have double jointed knees. Oh yeah, they both do. Okay. I was about to say I don't even think the Toon ones had double jointed knees, but they do. But yeah, I just don't think sometimes that the prices that they're trying to ask for these days are matching what they're giving us.
It's not. And I wouldn't say we, a lot of other collectors encouraging that kind of nonsense.
Yeah. And if they can get away with it, they will. They'll keep doing it, you know?
But they are getting away with it though, because nobody not really saying anything.
Exactly.
Hey, it has the Super 7 Ninja Turtles, right? The ultimate
bring
stuff.
them up too, yeah.
It had this guy, he seems like he's from China. And I was telling you today on the chat, he ripped the ultimate turtles, right? And then it had some people down in his chat was saying he got some knockoffs. So that is why the figures inferior.
You can't get knockoffs of something that just dropped. Like,
Yeah.
come on. That's not how it works. That's the problem with folks, man. They come up with all these bullshit excuses to like.
Yeah.
You know,
Because he was going through the figure, right? I'll see if I could find the review for you guys, and I'll send it on your guys' Instagram to take a look at it. And he was
Okay.
actually pointing out like, okay, the plastic they're using for the price that the want to charge people, it's inferior. It feels inferior. And he was bending the plastic. I'll send the review for you guys.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the Super 7 Motu movie figures. I'll talk about this and then I gotta go because my son's it's past his bedtime. I gotta put him to bed. But
Yeah.
So I got the two Skeletors because I love that movie. As shitty as it is, I love the idea of that movie. I wish it was all on Eternia. So in my mind, there's a version that's all on Eternia, and there's just a small piece.
That was the only problem with it was when they went to Earth. If they had kept it on Eternia, it would
have been dope. And if they had better, like more, they said they didn't have much time to do the choreography. The guy who played Blade did all the sword fighting and stuff, and they always had like a day or so to choreograph everything. So that's why the fights look kind of, thrown together. But so like I've read the original script, and the original script is nuts. But when we're talking about the figures, though, so in my mind, I have a different version of this film. But when I got the figures, I posed He-Man. Number one, all I did was make him stand, like in the package, his legs are really close together. So I just made him stand with his legs about shoulder length apart, and then part of his belt ripped. Like the glue came loose. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I paid $50 for this figure. Okay, that's the first problem. Then his neck peg, there's like a, how Motu figures have that wobbly, it's like a ring. When you close the front of their torso and the back closed, there's like a ring in the neck that goes around a little peg to hold that dumbbell in place. His is stuck. So like his head is always looking a little bit down and I can't move it up. And I thought like if I wobble it around, it would break free. Like maybe it was either some paint or some glue or something. It just won't move. It's frozen. So this is a $50 figure, $50 Masters of the Universe figure. And I've already collected tons of the classics from Mattel and I never had this issue. His sword, it kind of wobbles in his hand. And also he has like a dagger on his right hand side. That's the handle is so small that he can't hold it. And yet none of my Motu classics have weapons that they can't hold. All of them, even the 2000X, the early Mattel ones that were kind of posed already, they can hold all their weapons too. I'm like, so what exactly did I get for $50? I mean, one of the faces doesn't look like Dolph Lundgren and the other one looks like Dolph Lundgren. I mean, it really looks like him from certain angles, but I guess they didn't get rights to use his likeness, which is like, are you serious? You do a movie line and you didn't get the rights from the actor to get their likeness for the figures from that movie? Then why'd you even bother? But like the paint jobs are really nice. And then like the Skeletor figures, this is where I really got frustrated. It's the same figure, except one has a different head sculpt and is painted all gold, and the other one has the colors from the movie. And I'm like, really? Because in the movie, there's differences to the two designs. Like you can see there's different elements on his armor and stuff. And as awesome as it looks, I'm just like, you couldn't go further. You couldn't give him more articulation because of the fact that he's wearing that weird robe. You can make the two robes slightly different. Nothing. I'm paying $50 per figure, and you couldn't do anything. I paid $150 essentially for these three figures. I got them on sale, so I ended up. It was a little less than that, but it's still that's a lot. And then when I look at them, I'm like, it didn't really feel like I got $150 worth of figure. You know what I mean? For what I'm paying for. Also, this isn't Mattel's quality. With Mattel's franchise. Mattel's figures felt higher quality than this, but the Super 7 versions feel way cheaper. And before this, I was primed to jump in on the Thundercats because I missed out on the Mattel ones. Not anymore. When I got these, I was like, yeah, nah, cancel that shit. Nope. I'm not paying $50 to $60 per figure if they can't hold their weapons and, you know, the belt's gonna break or this thing's not gonna it's not gonna stick where it's supposed to stick. And nah, like that's not what, when you start paying premium prices, it should be like a Mezco. Everything should work. You know, most Mezco figures, they're pretty on point. You know, my Green Arrow is fucking nuts for the and I don't think he was even $80 back when he came out. He might have been a little bit less, but he's still a dope ass figure. He can hold all his weapons, all his hands work. His bow is really nice. The string is decent. It doesn't like stretch so that after you pull it once or twice, it just stays too long, you know. It's dope. So I'm like, why is it they can't do that? You know? And who are Super 7? Why do they get to just show up and demand $50, $20 more than Mattel was asking for the same figures? I don't understand.
It's the same question. Where did they come out from? And how long they were in business? Because it seems to me like they just popped up out of the blue.
Yeah, and I mean, like, they weren't making these kinds of figures. They literally just took on a previously existing line, and now they're asking for more than the originators of the line. Why? That doesn't make sense. And so that's why when I saw the Turtles, I was like, yeah, nah, I'm good. I still have most of my, a lot of my original Turtles stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to, even though it'd be nice to have them where they're not stuck all squat in that weird pre-posed, you know, pose. I'm like, nah, I'm not spending all that money. I just can't.
The only ultimate I would like to pick up from Super 7 is the Shredder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one I want. But other than that, I good.
Yeah.
I real good.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I mean, it would be like if Super 7 took on the Star Wars Black Series and then started charging you $50 for the same exact figures made of worse plastics. You know what I mean? And like I'm gonna have to re-glue that belt piece on He-Man. Why? I shouldn't have to do anything. He's $50. His cape is like real cheap. Like it's just a red piece of cloth.
And you know how I know? You know how I know when things are bad? You see when Pixel Dan complains.
Yeah.
And says that he find it too loose. I was like, oh, stay away from that.
No, because everything is awesome for him.
Yeah. When he
Lord.
complained, that's when you had to raise your eyebrow, like, okay, this is something you had to look out for.
Yeah.
I usually know it's a bad figure whenever Strident reviews it, and you just see the problems, issues, and nitpicks pop up. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's little things, but like, yeah, it's strange. Like this stuff, I was just like, you know, having watched that movie so many times, I remember like He-Man's cape was like a burgundy color, and at the bottom portion of the cape had like gold lining on it, like gold detailing on the bottom. And even in the artwork that they have on the package, he has the pattern on the cape that's burgundy, but then the toy didn't have it. And I'm like, really? Like you spent all that time and you made it study, and the artwork that you base this sculpt off of, because they say it's based off of the design, not the actor. The actor's head was a bonus that's hidden in the box because they tried to sneak it in there because they didn't get the rights.
You'd have to pay more.
Huh?
You'd have to pay more for the cape.
Exactly, right? And so now if you go on eBay, the same guys that always do their stuff in China, that wait for something to come out and see what it's missing, they made a cape with the design on it that you could buy for a quarter of the price of the figure, is on eBay with a wire going through it and everything so that you can pose it and stuff. And I'm like, I don't like this precedent that's been set where the company can be like, fuck it, a third party is going to make it for you anyway, so we don't have to do it. And then we got to turn around and pay, you know, extra to get the complete experience that we paid the company for in the first place. That shouldn't be the case, you know? And it's become the way it is because nobody, except for a handful of us, ever open our mouth to say everything is not awesome. And I'm like, it's okay to make mistakes. Like some companies can mess up. You see Figuarts make a mistake, and then they'll revisit the figure and fix the mistakes. Figma rarely has this issue, but if they do, they'll do a 2.0 like they did with Saber, and they'll fix the things that weren't so awesome with the last one. And you can only give them props for that because it means they're paying attention. Even Joy Toy have done second runs of certain figures where they corrected issues that the original runs have had. But like Hasbro doesn't do it, Super 7 doesn't do it. Shit, Mezco's done it. I don't understand why, Super 7 can't do it. You'd think that they would, like the Conan figure that they just released. Those bunk ass looking Conan figures, they don't even look like Schwarzenegger. I think one of them does. And people were like, yo, this is great. I've been waiting for this all just because it has the Conan movie logo on the box. I'm like, it doesn't even look like the guy from the damn movie.
Strident, they all looking like the He-Man figures with the big bulgy muscles.
Yeah, it didn't look like Conan. I was like, what is going on here? I argued with ODC asked me about this because he was like, great. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't look like Arnold. I mean, I got like 5 or 6 Arnold figures from NECA sitting right here on my shelf. Actually, more than that. And I'm like, I know what Arnold looks like. I grew up on Arnold movies. That was one of the first movies I ever saw was Conan the Barbarian. It might have been my first movie, actually. It shouldn't have been, but it was. And I know what this man's, like his frame looked like, and he was huge, but he wasn't like that. He wasn't fake looking, and somehow that's enough for our collecting brethren. So I don't know, man. People just need to be a little bit more discerning about what they put their hard-earned or their money, because I don't think some people really work hard for it the way they spend it.
Yeah,
but no, I was about to say, but yeah, I gotta jump off here since it is late. God, we went for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, we went for approximately 4 hours and 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So how much of it do you think is going to make it in?
Oh, I'll probably be able to fit all of it in here. I probably just have to.
We
probably have to cut it up like 4 parts. Because for some reason, like YouTube just won't let me upload the full thing, so I have to cut it in hour sections.
Gotcha.
That's Susan Watch Kiki at her finest. Just won't
it's been
has
fun.
to play hardball.
I know, right?
Yeah, thank you for coming on and talking with us.
Yeah, I apologize if I slightly hijacked some of the time just running.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Because to tell you the truth, it seems to me ODC is like you are the guest, so you do your thing, and we'll just because we're talking all the time. So you love to hear fresh perspective.
Well, thanks. I'm glad it's it's a little bit different from the either the norm or I can add something to the whole your usual flow.
No problem, but I don't know. It have this have nothing to do with really podcast, but if you have a little time when he cuts it off, I'll just like to ask you a couple of questions with buying certain figures. And I don't know if you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Yeah,
sure. Yeah, I got like I can go like maybe 5 or 6 minutes more, and then I definitely gotta go because I'm already pushing it.
We'll cut it off here. Thank you again for coming on. It's always a treat whenever we have to pull strings to get you to come and talk with us.
Wow, thanks. It's fun. Yeah, I wish I had it where I could do this more often. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just the dad duty and the little bit of time I get to like kind of carve out to do this. And lately with the COVID stuff, it's made it difficult. But yeah, man, anytime I'm able to, I'll definitely jump on. So just keep bugging me and let me know, and I'll be able to, try to wiggle out some time so that I can come hang out.
All right. Well, that is it for the conclusion of this recording. Any final words? Or we're just gonna end it with silence.
I I got I just put up a review, but I actually ordered some stuff from Joy Toys. So I think I'm going to be jumping down that rabbit hole with you guys. I'll be doing guys down that rabbit hole. I'm checking them out. See, so
yeah, they're great figures. I just hope they don't go down the Hasbro path of repainting the hell out of the same figure over and over and over and over and over, because that's what I'm starting to see, and I'm kind of like, come on, guys, come on, don't do it, don't do it. But anyway, yeah, that is it for me.
Anything from you, Zorpak, since you like to steal people's catchphrases?
Yeah. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Go support scalpers. I like to steal everybody's lines.
Calls himself the heel. I think for me, I'm probably gonna talk about the Spider-Man stuff. I finally got an Ellen Ripley figure.
Oh,
So I need to review her and Amanda, and got some other stuff. It's just finding the time to sit down and, and record this stuff. But yeah, I'll end it here. Thank you for watching.